this, and once y'all come to an agreement, we'll fight who's ever left standing.
Well, we'll agree to fight you.
Yeah, that's generally what happens.
I just hope we can all agree that Nikola Tesla was Croatian or Serbian.
No.
That's a very specific thing to request, but you know what?
I don't.
You
If
do it?
Corbinian's sad about getting thumbs down, I'm not gonna mention Balkan ethnic strife.
I was gonna say, like, that is not
It's
where
way
you want
worse.
to go.
But these are the opinions of others. They are not mine. I do not necessarily endorse them.
Look, people aren't going to care about that when they're liking or disliking a YouTube video.
I don't know. I might get hashtag canceled.
It's gonna be because you didn't immediately jump in and say Serbia strong that you get disliked.
I don't know if you guys know this, but actually my country is the oldest and best country in the world, and it's just a massive coincidence that I happened to be born in said country.
So, on the back of that, hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. I don't know any of these people. I'm here against my will. But, that aside, this is another fine episode of people being on time and commiserating here with our game of Star Trek Return to the Frontier. We're in our third episode. And this is what I normally say. I hand it to the GM, but I think the GM's about to hand it back to me.
No, we have a
thank
quick
God.
prologue. It's also not the third time we've played, nor our third episode. It's the fourth time we've played and our second episode.
See, someone's paying attention around here. I was testing.
And it's not you?
I have it as
I would like to
episode
state
3.
for the record that I also thought that sounded wrong, but I didn't want to correct you because I didn't want to seem like a pedant, so I'm glad someone else did.
So the title of the thing is actually episode 4 on Twitch, but it's actually episode 3 on the 2 announcements. So I'm gonna go fix that. So don't mind me.
We mind you a lot.
I'm going to dislike this YouTube video.
So,
God damn it. It's not even on there yet.
I've already disliked it. That's how much I dislike it.
this
Yeah,
is
Don't
not.
forget to dislike and downvote and leave a mean comment.
Save me, GM, for the
Unsubscribe.
love of God.
This is a 4-threat game.
Hey, that's not fair.
4 threat?
Just because I got some
As-
thumbs down, that doesn't seem...
You find yourselves trapped in the subsurface of a massive gas giant.
Actually,
Sure.
gas giants don't have surfaces.
Oh my god.
They have surfaces in the same way that a body of water has a surface.
Sure.
We go to the Andromeda. Where the engineer, Lieutenant Revere, has been left in command and is on the bridge with the operations specialist Suzuki, who is acting as the ship's pilot at the moment.
Wait, I'm the ship's pilot and I stayed there.
Oh wait, you were here. Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
you
I
stayed
was the
behind.
only. Yeah,
That is right.
I stayed behind because I don't like Klingons, and I was able to, put that before the.
So he's at science. And Chief Operations Specialist Griffin is at Con. And actually, you took the other security officer with you, right? One is with you, and one is
That
you're on.
That person there is my tactical replacement.
Okay.
That's who I assigned to take that chair.
And I double
The
checked.
support I was playing was the engineer.
I was thinking that I forgot how I had set up your airlock, so tag is fine.
Hooray!
because your airlock is different than theirs. Their airlock doesn't have as many failsafe doors.
Yeah. That's why I was so mad last time. I was like, how did you do this? We have 3 doors.
Stood on the
Did
side
you
of
leave
the
all of
safety
them
doors.
open?
So, and we also find Senior Chief Thal on the bridge. There is a massive and sudden jerking motion. As Chief Griffin, you and you can see the ship are being violently pulled along the airlock.
Lieutenant, looks like we're being pulled down with what we're tethered to.
Actually, y'all have activated him, so I will let one of you take him over.
Sure, I'll do it. Lieutenant Revere says, can we stabilize?
We don't have enough thrust capacity to hold up these 2 ships as well as ourselves, Lieutenant.
Then we have no choice. Decouple from them.
Understood.
Griffin, the airlock connector is under too much pressure to decouple. The only thing you can do is pull up and try to keep the ship stable, knowing that it will shear off.
On the order of preserving the timeline and not violating the temporal prime directive, I think I'm going to do that.
I mean, how locked on is it?
Good question.
It is it's secured in the normal fashion, but because one ship is pulling you down, if you don't want to go with them, it will rip the airlock open. The normal couplers will not delink because they're under so much stress that they've been locked in place. So like Griffin can push the button and probably does push the button to decouple several times, but it continues to indicate that it cannot open.
I mean, is it possible to like spacesuit and a rope and a welding torch just like turn it into a liquid?
If you had more than a couple of seconds.
Fair.
All right, I'm taking extreme maneuvers, Lieutenant. We might get some depressurization.
Lieutenant will nod his head and then flip to communicate to all hands, broadcast across the ship, and he'll say, all hands pull away from docking bay A as there may be depressurization.
Yeah, and I am wrenching the Andromeda away from the Klingon ship.
The corpsman in the medical bay locks and secures it, and tag. The camera goes to crewman Tag as he dives into the chief's quarters and hits the lock on that door, securing it against atmosphere. and you violently pull the ship up. As you do, Ops Specialist Suzuki says, Lieutenant, I have life signs outside the ship.
Life signs where outside the ship?
Within a kilometer of the docking port.
We blew someone out into the atmosphere.
Yeah, he is going to try to stand up onto one of the consoles and try to transport them in.
So, the first thing you have to do is switch this console over to being an engineering console.
Mm-hmm.
To do that,
Console?
sorry, say that again.
I thought we had an engineering console. Was that one
No,
we skipped?
engineering consoles aren't generally a thing you have. They're a thing you set the multi-role console to do.
Got it.
Operations engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an operations console that's over here. You could actually, you might want to use that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of task are we looking at?
Um, you're looking at control plus engineering difficulty 3. Yeah, 2. They're not coming from a pad. I'm assuming they're going to a pad. You're at the correct console. If you had used an engineering console and overridden it, I think that would give you you would have a trait, you'd be able to lower the diff. But at
Mhm.
operations, what you get instead is you get assisted by the ship's computers plus engineering.
Okay, so we're going to do control engineering. You said diff 3. I highly doubt that the talent of prehensile tail will come into play here. So, we do have a focus in transporters and replicators. I assume that applies.
Um,
And take 3 threat. It did not roll the proper number of dice. I don't know why. Here we go.
you rolled before I could give you any
Oh.
advice, but I would have suggested that you could reroute power as a major action and then swift task, because even though the diff would go up by 1, the reserve power would give you a crit for 2 successes.
Okay.
But that's just FYI for later. As pending the ship killing everybody, you've succeeded.
Well, she might, or whoever got blown out, they might die later, but for now they are safe.
And the ship is rolling computers engineering.
Computers.
Oh no, that's a complication.
No, it doesn't. Only rolls 1 die for this,
No,
doesn't
it's
it?
not.
Oh,
Should be 1 die for this, yes.
Yeah, it just
Oh,
remember
okay.
the sheet always rolls 2 because the roll 20 sheet's broken.
What is it that it rolls 2 dice for?
Sensors. And there's an argument to be made that you could have rolled sensors engineering here. It just calls out that most of the time the op station is going to help with computers engineering.
Guys, didn't we buy off that complication anyway, or didn't someone do that? Or increase complication range? Well, there's a
Yeah,
natural
but
20, so never
the
mind.
second
Good
die
thing.
was a
It was a
natural
natural
20.
20. So
Oh, good thing it wasn't then.
No, I considered buying that off, but I ended up not doing that.
Ah,
Oh yeah. Did y'all all spend and do your stuff?
I did.
Yeah.
Let me double check if I did.
Yeah.
I've had a very busy week and now I forgot.
Well, we don't need the
I
captain
know
to be
exactly
better,
what I
really.
was going to do anyway.
I don't know what
No,
you
I
were
did.
going
I
to
did. It's
do.
on my sheet.
Soloris was going to add a trait to the ship, so as soon as y'all think of what that could be, you can add it.
Mhm.
I think Corbinian had a suggestion for that, if I recall.
Yeah, you suggested,
Which-
was it adaptable?
I typed it in there. Forget.
GM, does adaptable work as a ship trait? Because we are very
Unconventional. That's what I said.
sure. Can we say that this crew is an unconventional approach to solving problems?
Yeah, I would take unconventional crew rather than unconventional, since it's to not be too broad. This applies to the ship,
crew, not the ship.
the
Yeah.
crew. Yeah, not the ship.
Typically.
Oh, it's right there.
All right.
Believe it's a momentum gain.
It is 2 momentum gained. It was diff 3.
Oh yeah, I can math. I promise.
I don't believe you.
And oh, actually, hold on. I correct myself. Nope, I take that back. Y'all do have exactly 3. Exactly 3. Oh, and Tag was not one of the people, so there were actually only 2 people. Those were the executive officer of the Fisher and the Klingon transport, or the Klingon docking crewman.
Huzzah!
Chief Engineer, you see you have successfully beamed 2 people from the vacuum of space into the transporter bay.
Okay, then he's going to flip open his communicator and say, Corman, get down to the transporter bay immediately. We have just beamed in 2 survivors from the explosive depressurization.
2.
Yeah, 2.
I thought only 1 guy flew out.
Nope, 2 did.
No, there
The
were 2.
transporter chief and the first officer of Fisher.
Oh.
I mean, that statement is technically true depending on your definition of the word guy.
Oh. I mean, yes.
Ah, he's dead.
Now we jump forward a few hours, and I will take the log from the chief of security.
Master at Arms log, stardate 0215.4. Oh, it's been one of those days. We've been working around the clock, trying to salvage what we can of the Tamleth. Ship's violent separation from the USS Fisher has left it in bad shape, truth be told. It's looking less and less likely that the Tamleth is ever leaving this planet again. We briefed the captain on the situation, and now the decision, rests with her. Try to save the USS Fisher or cut our losses. It's not an easy call, and I don't envy her having to make it. What troubles me more is what I've uncovered in the transmissions from the Fisher. After decoding them, I found evidence that one of their crew was working as a spy. Now that complicates things. We're no longer just dealing with a wrecked ship and scattered crew. There's someone among them who's been playing a different game. And that can't be ignored.
All right. So, if you look at the scene guide, there are 3 extended tasks and 2 extended consequences. I'm assuming that through that in its current state, the Andromeda has more than enough opportunity to get itself out of here. But there is a lot of question whether the Tamleth or the Fisher can. So, to get them out, you would have to complete the progress tracks. If before you do that, one or both of the extended consequences fill up because enough scenes have passed, it will no longer be possible to save one or both of them.
All right.
Bookkeeping, is this a new scene? Because I think we're down in momentum if so.
Whenever you ask me, you're going to have to ask again. I had to adjust my headset.
I was asking if we're in a new scene, therefore we should be down in momentum.
You are.
Yep.
Gonna go to
And question for the rest of our references. Chief Master at Arms, have you informed anyone else about your revelation, or are you keeping it secret for now?
As I probably would have recorded it into my, whispered it into my badge, into my comm unit.
Okay.
But I would have put out on a pad and shown it to you discreetly, and then wiped the pad.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to know if I should act as if I knew about that or not.
so I am going to give a roll to Soloris. This will be Insight Command,
Mm-hmm.
difficulty 0.
Mm-hmm.
Each momentum you get here is a question you can ask about the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Anything related to any decision you have to make to prioritize or decide to do or not to do something. This is everything y'all have learned over the past 5 hours. Everyone can assist with whatever makes sense for you to have been doing in the past couple of hours. And you'll also get some assists from the crews of the other ships.
Okay. Okay. So I'm
The only person
rolling.
who cannot assist is Dr. Tawir, because We will go to a scene with you soon, Doctor. There are 3 different people in medical emergencies.
Yay!
That's a
It's
weird thing to
actually
be happy
3,
about.
or was it 2? Oh, 3 because of the. Yep. Never mind.
Technically 4, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I remembered where the third one was
that's
coming
one I
from.
was worried about.
On a bit of quick bookkeeping on my end because I forgot. Chain of command. I wouldn't have told the captain directly. I would have told the XO directly. And if the XO shares it with the captain, then it's up to him because you're the one I report to. You're the one I'm supposed to report to if you're here. I just realized that.
Oh.
Yeah, I would have shown you it, and if you wanted to tell the cap, oopsie, you would find a good time to pull the captain aside or what have you. Whether you told the captain's up to you. But I
Just
definitely
make
would
a
have told
gesture
you.
to you to tell the captain.
And then I would tell the captain. There we go. Sorry, just wanted to make sure I
It's
wasn't
like
cheating someone.
Yeah, it's like, interesting. I'm not sneaky. You do it.
All right. So, Solaris, you're making the base roll right here. The traits are accurate as I understand them. The only ones that remain are the countermeasures from and depleted torpedoes from last week and the layers. Right now, there are no other traits.
Okay. So I'm rolling Insight Command. Blue.
Are you missing a value because you marked it out and forgot to replace it?
Yep, that might have happened.
Okay.
I've had a very busy week. Okay.
Well, as soon as we resolve this, you're going to want to handle that real quick.
I already had an idea for how to replace it, given the circumstances.
Oh, that's not dark.
Well, I given the circumstances of how it was challenged, it's what came into my mind.
Okay.
Unless you object to it. Okay.
Nope.
Insight Command. This is what I'm rolling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I'm gonna have a focus for this. I don't think any of those are going to be relevant. Okay, so 1 momentum, 2 threat.
So 4 momentum so far. Is the senior chief helping here?
Yeah.
What did the senior chief? What was the senior chief assigned to do, or work on over the last couple of hours that he could give some useful information to the captain for her to make a decision?
Well, I think it was mentioned just before the roll that someone's suspected of being a spy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If the captain tells you, then yes.
I think everyone in the Starfleet delegation would have figured it out by now.
I've only told certain people so far, so if you wanted me to transmit it, I could transmit it by text to the ship.
Yeah, but that would require being transmitted from this ship to another ship.
Yeah, that's the risk. I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to minimize how many people know about it because I'm worried one of these guys is going to catch me looking for them.
Yeah. What were you thinking? What's your character's name? Fall.
Yeah, Val. So what I was thinking, if I were to know this, I was gonna go around the ship because I do have a focus in modeling and fabrication to look if there's any odd paneling that people have tried to hide that could have hidden anything.
You're on the wrong ship.
Yeah. It's the spy is suspected to be among the crew of the Fisher, which is a battle cruiser that's been trapped with a Klingon cruiser in the atmosphere of a gas giant for 3 years. So since the very beginning of the war that has ended. So the spy is not suspected to be from your crew. It's suspected to be from the crew of the Fisher. The Fisher is not a place that you could have gone in the last couple of hours.
Could have
Yeah.
scanned it
That would
though.
need detailed that would need significant preparation and like a crew to help you.
If that's the case, is it possible that I can, while still on board the Andromeda, to make sure the ship is action ready just in case?
Yes, because the state of the Andromeda and its readiness is going to probably play into the captain's decision. So you would assist by doing control command difficulty. I mean, well, it's an assist, so 1 die.
And would you take the focus of leadership?
Yes. Because as it turns out, the chief engineer, this is not what he does. He is not particularly a leader at the moment. So that's a 5th point of momentum. What was Griffin looking into or doing that would help the captain make a decision?
Good question. I think probably running the numbers on our previously established like exit strategy and seeing how possible it is to either assist in a tow during that or like going over the engines what I can of the Klingon ship to see if they can perform that maneuver alongside us.
That would require you to go to the Klingon ship to get that answer. You can if you want to.
I'll grit my teeth and do that.
All right. Um, you find yourself working alongside a Lieutenant Pavan Ramapur, a currently the chief engineer, but formerly before the his last official post before the Fisher was disabled was as the lead engineer for Beta Shift. So he is also going to roll an assist die since you're here working with him.
Oh, it's not here.
He gives 1 success, so all that's needed is yours.
Ah, surprise Klingon. Oh wait, he's supposed to be here.
I was muted. So smart. Wonderful. I zoned out for a second. What's my attribute discipline now?
You tell me.
Okay. I think I'd be probably looking at either insight or reason con to try and like run the numbers and get a sense for how well this ship can keep up with the Andromeda's escape vector.
I'm gonna take engineering. A base look over at the controls tells you that this ship has a similar, if not more powerful, reactor. The question is whether it's been damaged too much, right?
All right.
So for that, I'll take your choice of reason or insight engineering.
Yeah, they're the same. So I'll roll insight, I guess. And atmospheric flight is a focus.
Yes.
I'm getting more use out of this focus than I thought I would.
Well, 50% of the episodes have been in. Actually, not even that. 75% of the episodes have involved
Yeah.
flying through an atmosphere.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Wonderful.
mean,
Thank you.
We have
I
a
mean,
ship.
the second we get an episode set entirely in space, then it's not going to be very useful. But
Well,
for
I
now,
have other things for that.
oh, you have more than one focus? Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Sorry, thank you.
and I
That was
mean-
a lot more sarcastic as I intended it.
I mean, the thing is, we specifically have a ship that is capable of doing in-atmospheric flight.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So,
Lieutenant Inverni,
Yes.
what do you spend the last couple of hours doing?
Well, I could say making coffee, but all my stuff's over on the. I mean, I can get back there, but no, I won't do that. Science. Appropriate scans of both vessels and whatever prerequisite scans need to happen. Important information that we can get on both vessels, on the weather around us or atmosphere around us, things that would alter decisions. If that makes sense.
You go to look over the shoulder of one of the sensor operator, and he kind of glares up at you and bares teeth. But then the captain um, waves him off and rebukes him in Klingon, and he gets out of his chair and types on it to have it auto translate. And you're given access to the ship's full sensor suite, including its tactical sensors.
Oh, charming, lovely.
So you'll be assisted by the ship. Well, you won't be assisted. You'll allow the captain to be assisted by the ship here.
Yeah. Reason or insight science does not necessarily matter. Sensor
You also,
operations.
yes, you're also going to bring the diff of the task down by 1, so y'all get a free hit. And yeah, you're being assisted by sensors science. Actually, sorry, this is going to be sensors engineering, I think.
That makes sense. Oh, damn.
So close.
Ah, it was almost so good.
The Tamleth does not help.
Typical.
But you, and by extension, because you've used the console, give another 2 successes.
So it helps, just not as much as it really could.
It's more like your ability to use the console has helped
never
here.
mind.
And Chief Master at Arms, what are you doing over the last couple of hours to help inform the captain on the important decisions she's about to have to make?
I would think something along the lines is that revelation something I find out at the end of those couple hours?
No. It happens during that time, but it may not have been the only thing you were working on.
I would try to argue for insight security in the sense that I'm trying to get a gauge. I'm trying to inform the captain on who I think is least likely to be an issue as we move forward. Who I've provisionally vetted and say, yeah, if you're looking for this kind of person among the Starfleet people, this person's good. Or Klingon so and so, he's twitchy, but he seems to be fine. But that may be more along the lines like insight command or insight, or maybe. But I'm hoping insight security.
No, because If you were interviewing these people, it may be command, but you don't know enough to use anything but body language at the moment, so I'll take security.
Cool. None of my focuses apply. Survival is a long shot, and I wouldn't have taken it. Will you take it? I'll ask. Survival's good. This will work. This makes total sense, right?
No.
Yeah, that's the correct choice.
Let me tell you how I wouldn't accept this, but then ask if you will. Weird flex.
Bold strategy.
So that is
Only
one
a
more
complete
success.
idiot would accept this. Will you accept it?
So,
hey, people do it to me all the
Captain
time.
and the crew, anyone has the ability to ask questions here, although, you know, kind of confer a little bit because you do have a limited number. You have 5 floating momentum and 6 in the pool.
Jeez.
This represents everything you've had to learn before. You can't put off making a decision any longer. After this is resolved, you will have to commit to a course of action related to the Andromeda, the Tamleth, the Fisher, the crew of the Starfleet ship, and the potential spy. All of those you'll have to have a plan of action on once you've finished spending these.
Okay, how many questions is it? 5?
You have 5 that'll go away if you don't use them to ask questions or make a trade or something. You have 6 in the pool that could be saved.
Okay. So I assume as part of this we have access to the knowledge that it would be much harder to save the Fisher than the Tamleth because we have access because of the extended task. So
well, I can give you more information because of what Lieutenant Inverney did. You can spend 1 to get an accurate picture.
Go ahead.
So right now y'all are in the 3rd layer of the atmosphere. Both the Tamleth and the Fisher are slowly sinking into towards the 4th layer. The Fisher has a breach on engines, which is why it's not been able to escape. It has 2 breaches on structure, meaning it has a destroyed structure. It has no resistance anymore. And it has 1 breach to weapons. Its weapons and engines are disabled. Its structure is destroyed, and a single breach will destroy it completely. The Tamleth has a breach to engines. Sorry, not a breach to engines. It does not have a breach to engines. It has a breach to weapons and 2 to structure, meaning its structure is now destroyed. That second breach came from the violent rip when the Fisher's engines started failing completely. So it now basically has a destroyed structure and 1 breach to engines. It could take 1. If it took 2 more breaches, it would be completely destroyed. If it takes another breach to weapons, its weapons will be destroyed.
This is cool.
Because half the scale of the ship in one department destroys that department. If you have equal to your scale, you're disabled, and if you have greater than your scale, you're outright destroyed. In the ship as a whole. So it matters both how many are in each department and how many total the ship has. So for your 1 momentum, that is what you learn. The Fisher does still have the capacity to have its engines repaired. So it is not a complete lost cause. It still has full use of its computers, full use of its sensors and communications, but damaged engines, destroyed structure, damaged weapons. The Tamleth, damaged engines, destroyed structure. So.
Okay. That was my first question. Does anyone have any other questions that sprung to their mind?
Well, one that naturally jumps to my mind is if there was any if the failure of the engines was a natural degradation of its systems or if it was sabotaged. Because that's great timing if they wanted to make sure the Fisher was destroyed. Because there might be evidence on there for what that would give away the spy to a Starfleet security review.
Do you want to spend that momentum?
If people are cool with it.
Yeah, it's a great question to
ask. You analyze the edges around the docking port on the Tamleth. There is explosive residue, and some quick work with the engineer on board the Andromeda recover the remains of a shaped explosive, though the detonator was not activated. Something caused premature detonation. And there's no guarantee that this was covert, because it definitely was done with engineering knowledge in mind, meaning either it was done by a spy who knew had decent engineering knowledge and knew the functioning of Federation and Starfleet docking ports, or it was done intentionally by an engineer, right? Right. You don't. Let me rephrase that. It was done by someone who had good explosives and engineering training. Whether or not that person did it with the permission of a senior officer or that person did it covertly is not clear.
Okay, and the charge explosive was found where, sorry, in relation to the ship?
It was found on the docking port connecting the Fisher to the Tamleth.
Okay. Now I'm confused. I thought this was the shaped explosive that ruptured the connection between the Tamleth and the Andromeda.
No, the Tamleth and Andromeda was sheared off because as much as the operations specialist tried, the docking port was
Okay.
had seized up because of the pressure of the Tamleth pulling y'all down.
Okay, and this is what
Yeah.
caused the ships to start falling down, it seems.
I did not say anything to that effect one way than the other. I said the explosives were there and they seem to have prematurely detonated.
And can we estimate when they detonated in relation to
They detonated during the incident, during the
Mm.
the three ships being ripped apart.
Can we determine what caused the fissure to begin to fall?
For a momentum, this would come from something that Inverni has learned from her scans.
His scans. This will never not be funny.
Yes.
All right. Then I was just going to note that.
Fissure has its structure destroyed and its shields largely inoperable. When the Andromeda got close, the Fissure's computer detected, oh, there's Federation shields. My shields are partially restored. Let me turn the rest of them back on. And it diverted power to try to restore shields because it thought some of the emitters had started working again, and that the shields seem to have sliced right through the docking port and triggered the explosives.
So it was an accident.
appears that way, but I assume it's not standard operating procedure when turning your shields back on for them to cut active umbilicals.
Well, not standard procedure to turn your shields on when there's an umbilical.
That's true. Which is why this should not have flicked on automatically. Now, granted, it's not unreasonable that the ship's computer system was faulty in this condition, but it's also entirely possible that this was intentional.
That wasn't that what this question just answered, though?
Oh, did the question answer that it was definitely an accident?
That's what I was confirming with the GM.
I will state again, the computer of the Fisher detected the shields of the Andromeda and thought that its own shield system was trying to reactivate and having success. So it tried one more time to direct all of the power to shields, because that was a command that it had been given. And the shields partially activated for a second before they failed again. And when they did, they turned on, cut the connection between the Tamleth and the Andromeda in half. And for some reason, someone had placed explosives all along that connection. And those explosives were detonated by that severing, which does not seem to have been when the explosives were intended to go off. They had a detonating system that was not triggered.
Oh, and the connection between them being where they were docked together, correct?
Yes.
As in what was
Docking port
melted
number
together
1.
and fused, so they could not otherwise separate.
Yes. Originally, the docking port had been fused by corrosive gases in the first layer of the atmosphere. They could not separate the ships without damaging them. Obviously, at any time, someone could have fired a torpedo or something, but trying to do it without damaging the ships became impossible. Someone put explosives there and never did anything with them, or didn't get to their plan fast enough. Y'all came by, the computer on the Fisher got confused, thought your shields were its shields, and spent a little bit of time gathering all its power, turned the shields on. The shields came on, sliced the docking port in half, and triggered a bunch of explosives prematurely.
Is that a computer error within the expected like framework of ship's automated systems, or
Unfortunately, the person who has full access to the computer system is unconscious during this period and cannot give you direct access to the Fisher's computers. You can only get basic information that, because the two ships had umbilical power to each other, Inverni is able to look at the sensors and say, oh, for some reason at this time,
yeah.
all of the ship's power went to shields, and kind of, as a science officer, first officers think, oh, all the power went to shields, it turned the shields back on, no one's over there, it must have been the computer. But to actually look at the computer and say, what did you do and why did you do it? The person who can give you that access was unconscious at the time.
I guess I was asking more like, for a Starfleet ship's computer, would this error make sense, or would it have to have been derived from like orders? Is it within like the default programming?
Yes,
of
I'll
a
take
computer?
that question.
All right, sure.
Yes. It would be incredibly unlikely, but there are a narrow band of shield frequencies. You know, you're looking at a 1 in 100,000 chance, basically. So it's not impossible. It's just not something that happens regularly, because ships don't intentionally turn their shields on when they're, within a few 100 kilometers of each other.
Mm-hmm.
So you could go your entire career without seeing one ship's computer mistake another shield system for its own. But being that these ships were built at the same yard, they have the same basic shield systems, and they operate on the same shield frequencies, there is a chance that it could happen.
Very interesting. Does anyone have any other questions?
Go for it.
You may have a better idea than this, but the thing I'm wondering is, we currently, as I understand it, we currently have a plan to get the Andromeda out by basically torpedo drilling a path up. I'm wondering if that same plan still has a capacity, because saving the Tamleth, I think the Tamleth can manage to kind of copy the idea and come after us, or we drag them up with us, whatever. Like they're a ship that, as far as I understand, is somewhat intact, whereas the Fisher really can't survive going on. Like we couldn't, even if we could get the engines up, I doubt it could go up anyway. It would need a clear path to open space. So I'm wondering if
both of them have the same level of damage to structure. It's just one of them has an additional, the Fisher has an additional breach to engines.
I guess the question then becomes, could we extend our plan? Because we had a way to get the Andromeda, but part of that plan, maybe we can get if it was possible, either with just us alone or with the Tamleth's torpedo complement, if we could help drill a big hole to get us all out, if that's even feasible.
The traits could apply, the trait electronic warfare countermeasures could apply to all three ships, because how that works is you're shooting out these electronic countermeasures that emit a ton of energy to make it look like you. Right. And that sets off all the ionized particles coalesce onto that countermeasure, and you will see a violent explosion of energy. but then it's going to take hours, if not a day, for that area to refill with ionized particles.
Oh, okay.
So any ship, I probably would say a scale 5 ship would not be able to follow you through, but a scale 4 ship could just squeeze through the area you've created because you've dedicated so much, right? You didn't do this 1 or 2. You've done it. This is a potency 3 trait, right? You definitely could make it more potent because you have access to their torpedoes if they let you use them, and if there's any torpedoes left on the
Fisher.
The Fisher, although both ships have had their weapons damaged, so they may not even have operable tubes at the moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question.
And
That's
that'll
a
be
good
your
answer.
last. Yeah.
So yeah, that was going to be a question. How easy would it be to repair the weapons or structure systems of the 2 ships?
Dry dock.
You can jerry rig.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I don't have a good way to answer you. That my answer would be too broad to be useful.
Okay.
Just that it is possible. I can't quantify what you mean by easy in the context of the extended task, really.
Okay. Well, I guess question then, what page is jury rigging on so I can look over this myself?
What's the talent?
It is a major action on page 303. That's damage control. It's not the only way. You can also do daring engineering.
Okay. Okay, another game question. How does any of the things we're talking about relate to the extended task? Like, we would take these actions, and then we would then roll progress on the extended task?
Like, how do extended consequences progress? Yeah.
So the extended consequences are going to progress from scenes passing.
Okay.
The extended tasks, yes, from completing repairs to the breaches, you could progress that track, though repairing the breaches is not the only way to save them, right? Because you may not want to restore weapons to one or either of them. You may decide to do something else that helps them. Base, I've presumed the difficulty is equal to the number of breaches. But doing repairs could definitely be some of the things. Doing damage control or temporary repairs could be the things you do, but as an extended task, right? There are other things you could do.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Does anyone have any other questions that they need to answer? Oh, live one. What are the thoughts of the captain and Klingon commander in this scenario? What do they make of their own chances?
The commander of the Fisher and its current acting captain is unconscious at the moment.
All right, I meant the former captain of the Fisher because I can talk to him.
Yes. He thinks it's vital that the Tamleth and its crew and the crew of the Fisher are saved. He does not think saving the Fisher itself is critical. So you can ask him, you can try to get at what he thinks is necessary, but most of his answers, he tries to answer you in a way to get the outcome he wants, which is save the Tamleth, save its people, save the people of the Fisher.
And the Klingon commander, what does she think?
Oh,
His wife, you mean?
Yeah.
She is also not available.
Yeah.
She
she's
also
on my
got.
medical.
Oh, you're.
She's about to be on the medical table.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
But there is a
I
Klingon
can
first
interview them.
officer.
Okay, sure. Then I'll ask him what his thoughts are.
This is one of the strongest heavy cruisers in service of his house and the Empire, and he will not let it go down. He will fight to the death to save this ship for the Empire.
It's about what I expected.
He doesn't care one bit about what you and your useless battle cruiser do, though.
Okay.
Well, plus he's not against it. He just doesn't care.
Battle cruiser that got down here to save your ass.
Any more questions?
No, I think we should probably spend the rest on traits.
So, do you want to spend those now? Or you want to save them?
Well, is this going to be the end of the scene?
It's probably going to be the last roll of it. I mean, yes, there's probably not another roll left in this scene, but it's not instantly going to end.
Then, I say, yeah, we do. Could we create the trait? Could we create the trait calm weather, maybe, that we have moved all of our ships into a more calm area to reduce the effects of the storm on us?
I'd have to give that back because in layer 3 you already get stable layer. That's already basically that's already a trait.
Under okay.
A possible save for that. What if, because we're at that third layer, what if we moved all of us a little bit to where the storms above us aren't nearly as bad? Like the path up is clearer than it would have been otherwise.
Or, remember the advantage, or the trait that Annie made to get down here in the first place of just tracking the weather patterns? It's basically that again.
You could try to do that again.
Yeah, so that, yeah, okay. That the path up is a little bit easier because we're going through a less dense, yeah.
Predictive weather algorithms. Let's go.
This has been doing good for us so far.
We're gonna turn this Klingon into a weatherman.
You good by that, GM?
Yep, I'll create the trait mapped weather pattern 1.
Okay.
Oh. And I can see Annie fairly easily doing that with he's got mediation.
All right.
Another suggestion I might have for trait is perhaps something like established communication protocol or something like that, in the sense that we and the Klingons, even though there's no standard protocol how we're supposed to work together because we've been at war not that long ago, we in this time frame have figured out, okay, here's how we're gonna talk to each other quickly so we don't waste time, trying to figure out each other's words. Like, no, here's what we mean when we mean this. Stage alpha, we're all doing this. Stage beta, we're all doing this. Like, we're all very clear on what our protocols are. So it makes it easier for us to collaborate with each other, as far as it is to get us all out of here anyway.
Everybody else fine with that?
Sounds good to me.
Then I'll give you Inter-Navy Coordination 1.
All right.
Woohoo.
All right, then before too much more time passes, everybody looks to Commander Soloris. The captain of the Tamleth might have things he wants to do or achieve, but you're the only person in here in command of a fully operational ship that doesn't need the others. So it kind of becomes obvious that what you decide to do is the thing that's going to be done, whether everybody likes it or not. So on the question of the priority of saving the Andromeda, meaning your crew is how important on all the things is that, right? Should they prioritize preparing the Andromeda to go to backup before doing anything? Should they wait till the last second because it is the least damaged?
Am I ranking the ships in a 1, 2, 3 order, or how am I? What
If
is
you
the
decide
priority
to
ranking?
save all of them, then yes, that would be a 1, 2, 3 order. But you don't necessarily have to have anything. I'd presume to stay alive, you'd want to have at least a 1. But
Yeah, I've actually decided we will now live on this planet. No,
2 or 3 don't necessarily have to count.
yes. Okay, then yeah. Soloris's answer will be that she's reviewed all of the evidence that has been presented to her, and that as commanding officer of the Andromeda, her primary mission will always be to keep the Andromeda safe and ensure it has a proper vector back to space, and that once the Andromeda, or in addition to keeping the Andromeda safe, her mission is to recover the USS Fisher. So that will be secondary priority, is to recover the Fisher. And that as part of rescue operations, any of the crew of the Tamleth and the Fisher will be evacuated to the Andromeda and Fisher.
So we're not trying to save the Klingon ship at all?
It is. I would put it as a tertiary concern, only to be done if we think we can.
The Fisher is a
All
harder
right.
vessel to recover.
Yeah, but our orders are to recover the Fisher.
Oh, I should have explained that earlier.
Not very
Sorry.
welcome of you.
Those directives, the ones that have a die counting as 1,
Mhm.
they act as normal if you spend to use them. But if you spent to use it and at the end of the mission that directive has been completed, then it counts as a 1, right? So spending it all to set your determination to recover the Fisher, right? Just that gets you a rep, that gets you a roll of directive dice, right? But if you actually pull off saving it and you spent determination on it, we'll just count that die as having rolled a 1.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's a difference in using it and actually pulling that thing off. Anyways, all right. I will likely spend threat to represent the consequences of your decisions, but I'm going to let you put them all in writing before I tell you what has happened.
Okay, you want me to write down what my orders are?
I've already put in the scene guide on the extended tasks what the priorities were.
Okay.
What about finding the potential spy?
Oh, there we go.
This doesn't have to be ranked as a priority. This is more of a yes or no. Should it be looked into at all?
I would like to insist on looking at it, because that
Yes,
person could be a threat to this entire fleet.
I don't think I can allot you many more resources beyond yourself and maybe your security team. But I do want them found because I think they represent an imminent threat to our ability to leave this planet. So yes, absolutely investigate that.
All right. And I think that was all of the potential questions.
Okay.
So with those answers, I am going to spend
Oh God.
6 threat to add the trait.
Oh, Solaris, I'd modify the bullet point entirely within reasonable failure to plausibly within reasonable failure.
Sure.
It was a very narrow chance, but technically possible.
Sure. I was just writing them as you were thinking about them.
Yeah.
So to create the trait Klingon Resistance 3, they are entirely against you not putting any priority or help towards saving the Tamleth. And because they directly contradict each other, I'm going to go ahead and just put that as Klingon Resistance 2 and get rid of the Inter-Navy cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mhm.
those things are directly opposed.
Mhm.
Yeah. You find that they're not really helping at all. They're still trying to save the Tamleth. Occasionally, because their captain does want to help save the Andromeda, and he's not against saving the Fisher if it works out, he might. Some of their people might help out, but you can tell their priorities are the Tamleth, and
Okay.
that's going to make any task more difficult because you've been cut off from 80% of the manpower
Mhm.
in this among the 3 ships.
Yep.
All right. The scene moves on. You lose that momentum. Doctor, you rush with the Lady of House Dator and this ship's chief engineer.
I actually have to step off for a few minutes. If you could come back to me, that'd be great.
You would do this to me, wouldn't you?
Like I'm sorry, I said it would be at the top of the hour, and at like exactly the top of the hour, you came back to me.
Oh, I didn't see. Sorry.
Yeah, I will be
Okay.
back in like 5 minutes.
Then instead, the next scene we will go to is one of y'all's choosing. We are going to gain the extended consequence for the loss of the Tamleth goes up by 3. And the loss of the Fisher goes up by 4. No setbacks, which are the consequence version of breakthroughs yet, though.
Yeah. Much
All
as
right.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Seeing that the captain's priority is the Andromeda, who is leading that effort? Because that person won't be able to help anywhere else for this scene.
Paul, how good is your engineering?
I've got a 4 in engineering and a 5 in security.
Then I think he is leading the efforts to get that ship ready.
All right. You do have the use of Lieutenant Revere, wherever you decide to use him, as he is your only available crew support this episode.
Okay, and what does Paul do?
Port mechanics, transport replicator, jury rig, electroplasma systems.
He's our chief engineer.
And y'all have a bunch different options. The ship isn't its primary docking port will need to be repaired, but that's not even enough to cause a breach. That can be repaired underway when y'all get time to do a spacewalk. So you're pretty much open to suggest anything you want to do to prepare the Andromeda here.
So we have an idea of getting back up, which I believe was the shooting torpedoes to create a path through the upper atmosphere.
Yes. Electronic countermeasures. They've actually they converted nearly the entire ship's complement of actually I think the entire ship's complement of probes into electronic countermeasures. So the ship still has all of its torpedoes. They're just not they're in storage, so they can't be used quickly.
Actually, I think
Yeah,
we
we
went
can
that one step
hold
further
our-
and depleted our torpedoes. That's why it's up to 3. That's why I have the
Yeah,
depleted
we did
torpedo
re-engineer
trait.
some of our torpedoes during that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the torpedoes are out of position and many of them are used.
Okay. If that's the case, I did have 2 ideas. One of them's obviously now going to be restocking and rearming the torpedoes.
You do have industrial replicators.
The second idea was this would obviously have to be run by the other like senior members of the crew. Do we have essentially a grappling hook, or we have a
You have a tractor beam,
we are a tractor beam.
power 1.
What is the? Sorry, I'm trying to think out of the box here. So this isn't going to work, but I'll throw it out anyway. What's the chance of us towing the? Oh shit, what's it called?
Fisher.
The Fisher.
Without them also locking a tractor beam on you, 0.
We're too tiny.
If you mutually use your tractor beams, then there's a good chance that you could tow one of them. One of them, not both.
Oh, and the
Okay,
weapon
this is
systems. Sorry, go ahead.
So the idea I'm trying to like figure out with that is it if we got the Fisher working enough to activate its tractor beam,
Mm-hmm.
could we, yes, link up the tractor beams to do it, but then could we then get the Klingon ship to add into it? But to get that bit more oomph, could we create a explosive decompression or an ejecting some of our like warp core plasma to give us a boost to the pull?
I will caution you against violent maneuvers because neither of the other ships has any resistance anymore. So any source of damage could completely destroy the Fisher and cripple the Klingon ship.
Okay, so maybe not the explosive decompression idea, but
you would need to not only get the Fisher weapons repaired, you would need to get the weapons on the Klingon ship repaired, and you would need both of them to reroute power to weapons because their tractor beams are only intensity 3, and you're kind of looking for intensity 4 for a scale 4 ship to have no trouble, right? To not have to worry about losing them. So I would count that as you needing to repair the weapons, the breach on the weapons, and the breach on the the breach on the Tamleth's weapons, the breach on the Fisher's weapons, and the breach on the Fisher's engines.
But you're saying it's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
I just caution we have maybe 4 or 5 scenes to save. Well, 4 scenes to save both ships. After 4 scenes,
but his plan, yeah, this plan doesn't necessarily need the Klingon ship involved, right? The Klingon ship, if y'all can get it fixed, you can add it on at the end. This plan mostly tries to save the Fisher, is what I'm hearing. And if
yes,
then yeah, so
if that's the case, maybe I could both Thal and Revere could head over to the Fisher to do preliminary repairs, or even just like jury rig something to the next hour.
you could do
And
that, but
if
that would be a different scene. This scene is for someone helping to repair, not repair, but helping someone do something to help the Andromeda get out of here, because that was the captain's highest priority. So you can do what you're planning. That's just a different scene.
okay,
That might be
if
what
that's
you do
the,
next time.
yeah. If that's the case for this scene, would it be best to like realign and reload the torpedoes?
You could do that as
Well,
your thing, right?
we shouldn't reload the torpedoes because we specifically need the probes to be loaded in the weapons bay.
No, but he could produce more of the probes, and if he really wants to push it, he could try staging some torpedoes outside of the armory, but close enough that they could be loaded. Right? It might be dangerous to have torpedoes in a hallway, but when you're shooting at a Klingon ship, 1 torpedo is better than 0 torpedoes.
But the thing, just to be clear, I just wanted to make sure I understand. If Thal does this and helps with the Andromeda stuff, can he actually still help with the Fisher stuff as well?
Not in the first round. So, right, while he's doing this, everybody else is doing something,
Right.
and then the time ticks on. There's chance for him to help on those in the future, but not he does have to spend some time.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be him. Someone needs to spend some time, right? Because the
Okay,
captain sent
I
over
have an
orders.
idea. So if Fall wants to do something else, could my idea be going down to the Klingons and the former captain of the Fisher and attempting to convince them that my path is correct and that they have to help us because if they don't, they will die? Essentially working
No,
against the retreat.
because you've set saving the Tamleth as your least important priority.
So I can't get them to help at all.
You can, but the thing that you've mobilized the crew to do first is get the Andromeda ready.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at first is
Okay.
Right, the captain said this is what we're doing. Most important thing, the Andromeda's got to get out of here. Who's taking that up?
Honestly, that might be me rather than Thal, because I'm not incredibly helpful in getting the other ships out of here. You have like an engineering score and a security score. I'm specifically the person who needs to get the Andromeda out of here.
Yeah, because I can imagine
So
Thal
anything
getting
that,
to the
like-
Fisher and doing his cool plan to get
Yeah.
the tractor beam going and stuff. And also, you have a high enough security. If something bad happens, you can defend yourself.
Exactly. Whereas, like, I'm on con, so like, I think taking this first role might be better suited to me.
Go for it. So
Alright.
I'm to a degree still trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, you're
So I'm
just
trying to throw out,
part two.
yeah, I'm basically just trying to throw out ideas what might
Yeah, totally,
work somehow.
Yeah, it's a definitely great second scene thing for sure. 'Cause
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what the hell we were
Yeah,
going to
no,
save the
your
Fisher.
idea was good, and I didn't
Yeah.
even think of it. It's just,
It gives
yeah.
us a way to save the Fisher. I like. All right, so, GM, can I have like talked with Thal about that idea and be preparing for the kind of maneuvering strains and constraints of flying the Andromeda with a tractor load?
Yes.
All right.
So explain to me how Griffin spends a couple of hours reinforcing structural integrity because the tractor beam is ready to go. It could have power put into it, or power could be put into any other system. Those are kind of things that'll be taken care of when you actually put the plan into motion. But something you can work on now related to that plan is making sure that the first time you push the lever up on, the impulse drive, it doesn't rip the ship in half.
All right. Then yeah, I think what I'm doing is I'm running through some simulations to figure out where the strain points are most likely occurring, and then like setting up a program to dynamically adjust the structural integrity field as we're maneuvering through the atmosphere to like reinforce those most likely points of failure, kind of like semi-preemptively.
All right. You can give me insight con difficulty 0. You need at least 5 successes to fill this up, 3 to get a breakthrough.
Yeah. I'm going to go for either navigation or atmospheric flight as focuses.
Yeah, atmospheric flight. Lots of things to be considered because friction and air resistance aren't 0. You
Yeah,
are
and
in
that's
a
not
theoretical
normal.
physicist's favorite place.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
these
ship
objects
is
are
not
not
a
of
sphere.
uniform density.
Yeah.
You are my density.
Uh-huh.
Just a mechanics question: isn't the impact measured by the department? It has nothing. If you succeed at the roll, you just get your impact.
Oh, that is correct. Sorry. Yes. If you succeed at this, you get the con of 5.
Okay. Does that change the difficulty then?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing significantly hampering you here. Sorry. Actually, I had not got to that. Yes, the difficulty does go up by 2 to a difficulty of 2 because while the captain has prioritized the Andromeda and the Fisher as second, also having the security department deployed has stripped your ship thin of personnel, and you're not getting any Klingon personnel to counteract that. So the Klingon resistance is going to hurt here because the captain has given y'all multiple different orders to carry through on, but the Klingons aren't helping you
Protect your own
compensate.
thing. Yeah.
Could map
Alright.
weather pattern help with this since it's helping with the simulation? The simulation's easier.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, because you know exactly the weather you're going to have to go through, so you know where the strains are going to come from.
Okay.
So diff 1.
Diff 1.
If you
I
bit this, I'm
will...
shooting you. Letting you know. I will walk up to the bridge.
Understandable. I'm going to buy 1 die with threat.
It's kind of like a con officer's either like dream scenario or their nightmare scenario because everyone's life depends on
Yeah.
how well you can fly here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean,
You have a comp.
yeah.
You've gained 2.
Yep.
And you'll want the ship's computers
Oops.
engineering, because you're plotting the course, but the computer's trying to analyze how the ship is going to be strained by that course, right? It's not trying to plot a course.
All right.
So that's 1 complication.
No, that's a 15.
No, the complication
I
is
rolled
on.
Oh, okay. I was like, no,
There
not the
is
ship.
1, not 2.
Yeah. All right. I would like to give you threat to buy off that complication.
All right. You do have a favor from Suzuki. I'll allow him to kind of take on a bit of strain as he's helping you and helping the captain do the specific orders he's been given, or I guess whatever Inverness ordered him to do. So I'll let you roll him just for this roll if you want to use that favor. Otherwise, you can keep the favor.
Yeah, I'll burn that favor. I think getting a little bit more momentum out here at the get-go sounds like a good idea.
So he'll use insight. He can't be at the con console, so he'll give insight science.
Yep.
As he runs a few calculations. As Lieutenant Inverness given him 1 order, and he is desperately trying to do 2 things at once because you helped him out.
Hey,
so
can you
he's
give me
trying
a
to help you
hand
out.
here?
He's going to use the focus pathfinding.
He would.
And you gain an additional success.
Bravo.
And then he has to get back to the task Inverness given him.
All right.
Or be keel-hauled in space.
That's just an execution.
We give him a spacesuit.
Yeah.
I think the spacesuit makes it worse. 'Cause it's just, prolonging the length of suffering that they would have to undergo.
So
you're not really going to get hurt. You're just going to
Suzuki-
like rub against all the ship's greeblies.
because Suzuki is Ryzian, we do gain a bonus momentum from my succeeding. No. Okay. It's weirdly worded. He rolled insight, but I also rolled insight. I don't know why it says control.
Whenever a Ryzen assists another character using insight or reason, they may reroll a single d20 in their dice pool. In addition, if the lead character succeeds in the task using insight or reason, they gain 1 bonus momentum.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't have rolled control. I don't know.
I didn't roll control. That's my insight score. My control's at 10. I don't know why it says control.
I'm not sure, but
yeah.
okay.
But yeah.
So yes, you can re-roll that and potentially get rid of the complication, and you gain a bonus momentum.
Cool.
As he says everything that comes to his mind, not holding back, which kind of helps in a tense discussion.
Hey.
All right, you don't get the 2 threat for buying off the complication.
Uh-oh.
Oh, lost. Okay.
The GM has given up on
No, I
us.
had to refresh because all of the names disappeared, so I couldn't see the threat.
You're encountering the same issue in Verni's.
I love
And then
roll
we
20.
have one more momentum.
Most
creative
stable
bonus.
program on the internet.
It's so great, isn't it?
So what's that bonus momentum being used for?
Good question.
Yep, that's what you'd normally use it for.
Thanks. Real helpful. Does anyone have an idea?
Oh, maybe something. Whether it adds to map weather pattern or some other trait, but like maybe through this you found ways to make it easier for other ships. It's like, well, I've run simulations. I'll just share what I have. Like these,
Yeah,
here,
it's
I'm doing
like-
half
I
of the
like that.
homework for you.
You've created like the perfect flight path, or have discovered the ideal flight path through.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that either raising using that and I guess one to raise map weather patterns or maybe taking down Klingon resistance by 1.
Because we are
No,
No,
kind of
because you
helping
didn't
them.
work with any Klingon people here.
Well, no, but us giving them
Well, the idea
data.
is we'd be sending them the data on this so they could use it too.
But that um. mm,
Basically showing that even though it's said your third priority, that doesn't mean we're not going to try.
It's like, I mean, we did part of the homework for you already. We don't mind just sharing that data because it doesn't hurt us to tell you and it helps you out. So why not?
Look, you may not be my priority, but I'm not antagonizing you. Here, have this.
Which is interesting for Griffin, considering.
Yeah.
I would need something more overtly friendly to gain progress on getting rid of that. They it's only 2 now, but it started out at intensity 3. They are very, very angry, and you would need a direct show of not only are we helping you because we helped ourselves and it kind of also helps you, but explicitly we did something that didn't necessarily help us but really helped you.
Okay.
You have to kind of go out of your way to get progress back on that.
That makes sense.
But I could take I don't think you didn't really map the weather pattern. You used the mapped weather pattern on this, but I could
And I
give
guess
you
in
something
neutral.
like right, because the goal of the task was to give you to identify the weak points you'd face when going through that weather in the ship's
Then
hull.
I guess maybe do what I was kind of narratively suggesting the task was, which is like a trait of like adaptive structural integrity program.
Or a pre-programmed one, because thanks to the
Yeah, right.
weather
It's
and your
not
simulations,
adaptive.
that
It's
at this point in time it needs
dynamic.
to immediately swap to this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dynamic,
dynamic, not
there we go.
adaptive. That's what I was meaning to go for. But it's actually not adaptive. It's pre-planned. The opposite.
It's pre-planned adaptation.
They're
Yeah,
adapting.
it's dynamic.
Yeah, I'll give you structural integrity programming 1.
All right.
Oh God.
All
I
right.
create the trait of buzzwords. If we just throw enough buzzwords at the problem, it'll be solved.
That's Star Trek. What are you
It's
talking
just
about?
Technobabble.
Yeah.
And because you have a con of 5, you have completed enough work to ensure the Andromeda is ready.
Okay.
All right. Um, Captain's second priority was the Fisher. And feel free to jump into any of these scenes, Aratana, if you're going to focus on the spy question, because that's not in the priority ranking, right? So when we go to an area that you think I need to investigate that area, then you're going to want to say, I'm going over as part of that team.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were coming around to me. I would have in the last on the Aratana, I would have tried to is the commander at all awake during that, like after being in our med bay?
Oh, no.
Can she be
Dr.
made
Tweer
awake?
has not.
Is Tweer
No,
here?
because the corpsman and the doctor are both busy actually performing procedures.
Could
So
I make them
to
awake?
get, you could, there are obvious regulation violations doing that, but you physically can. You're allowed to attempt it.
I would, because she's my
Okay.
best. She's my best hope to getting information about her crew.
This is probably going to be a ding,
Yeah.
but the medical officer is there is a period where the medical officer won't be in this med bay. He'll be in a different med bay.
Mhm.
So let's do the illegal stuff. Yeah, so then did you go down a moment? You shouldn't have gone down a momentum because we weren't changing scene.
I haven't yet, no.
Okay. So
We spent 2 for the trade, which took us from bonuses.
Well, you had 1 bonus, and then
Yeah.
then 1 from the pool, so that's why we went from 4 to 3.
Yep.
So the corpsman is off helping the doctor at the moment. In here, in this med bay,
Geez, the doctor attending to a pregnant woman and the severely injured. How inconsiderate. God, I guess I'll do the job. What do you mean I'm getting dinged? Like, well, you're not supposed to go in there and just wake people up. Oh. Oh, yeah.
It might negatively impact your health.
So actually, first, we do have to have the doctor do his scene because he's had more than enough time to do the medical procedure. He just may not have been, he's busy doing other procedures at this time, which is why he can't be here when you get here. But he already was here at one point. So, Dr. Tweer, we're going back in time a little bit. 2 people were beamed into the med bay here. 1 Klingon, 1 crewman, 1 executive officer from the Fisher. And at the same time, the Lady of House Dator, because of the stress of the violent decompression, has gone into labor, and you.
Oh god.
They have a corpsman. They haven't had a medical doctor since the battle that they fought 3 years ago. Both doctors of both ships died.
Oh god.
So they've been making do with a Klingon corpsman this whole time. But the Klingon crewman is sedated and in stasis, and the Lady of House Dator is not actively giving birth at the moment, though she is in labor, which means triage-wise, Commander Sonia Beck is in the most danger.
Okay.
She has a severity 4 injury of violent decompression.
That sounds unhealthy.
Yep. And presumably environmental damage from the
Atmosphere.
atmosphere.
Too much
Is that it
fire,
is
dude.
she has a lethal injury that is severity 4, difficulty 4 to heal, and its name is violent decompression.
Yep. Okay. Alrighty. What's the what do I need to do in order to cause her to not be dying and stabilize her?
You're the doctor.
Um, pre- I guess the question is, what is it that is causing her life signs to be unstable? That way I can
The fact that she spent a couple of seconds with no oxygen, so all of the gas rushed out of her lungs, causing her lungs to violently contract. She was placed in vacuum, so there's damage to all of her skin and circulatory system. There is a lot of intense damage to basically every system, but the worst is her lungs, which are practically destroyed.
Yeah. In which case, we need to start her off with a triox compound. We need to get oxygen into her system as quickly and efficiently and safely as possible. That way we can then begin surgery on her lungs.
Okay. Give me reason, medicine, difficulty 3
Mm-hmm.
to get basic vitals and basic basic vitals, so you have some basis to do the rest of these steps, right? You don't just dump the whole ship's complement of triox into her. You dump the correct amount.
Correct. I am. Oh yeah. Diff decrease due to sick bay.
Sick
'Cause I think that's
bay.
190.
Tasks for medical procedures performed within sick bay reduce their difficulty by 1 and can be assisted by ship sensors or computers plus medical.
full.
Once you actually start performing a procedure, you will get that difficulty decrease. At this information gathering task, you don't get anything special though.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a momentum for a third die. Emergency medicine focus.
Yes.
Cool. He's in medicine. I generate the momentum back, and because I have the diagnostic expertise when I succeed at a medicine task to identify and diagnose the nature of a medical problem, I can ask one question for every d20 I bought with momentum. So I get free question.
You also oh, sorry. For you, that task was actually only diff 2.
Oh, then another momentum on the board.
Boop, boop.
Why was it only diff 2?
Quick study.
What about it was unfamiliar?
Unfamiliar species.
Oh, what is she? Uh-oh. I'm about to discover
Closest thing in your medical database is human augment.
Oh, god damn it.
Huh.
Yeah, the computer replies with a 87% chance of accuracy that she is a human with augmented redundancies and strength.
Okay, I know the question I am going to ask with my free question. That 87% like accuracy, is that would a possible explanation for that be that she is not an augment, but it's in her lineage, and that's why I'm getting the pings, or is that, or would that only be
So your question is does she have predominantly augmented human ancestors, but a couple of non-augmented human ancestors, which give her less than 100% augmented genetic information?
Yeah, or is this only explainable if she is an augment?
I will take the momentum.
Hmm?
Well, it's not momentum, it's a free
Oh,
question.
sorry. I will take the question. Sorry.
Mm.
I meant to say I'd take the question. She has signs of not being of having inherited augmentations, not her genetic information does not suggest she was directly augmented.
Okay. All right. That's very different. That has very different implications.
Yeah.
All right. You have
Now for the actual diagnosis.
well, no, you have your diagnosis now. You've
Okay.
this task you have identified what you've identified her vitals, and that tells you what is wrong. So now you can try to fix the problem.
Yeah.
I will you can spend a momentum, I think, for the triox compound, and that'll bring the diff down by 1.
I'll take that. That's
And then med bay is going to bring it back down from 3 to 4. I mean 3 to 2. And you get assisted by sensors medicine.
cool.
Or
I will spend 1 momentum for a third die again. What is this? Control medicine?
It is control medicine. I'll say quick study. I did not mention that in difficulty increase. Quick study is firing here. This would have gone from 4 to 5.
Okay,
Without that.
but it doesn't because quick study.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Question.
Surgery focus?
Yes to that. What's the question?
I was just wondering if rerouting if our reserve power comes back at the end of a scene. I forget if it does or not, or if we have to purposely bring it back. I forget, because that might help with you. That might give the ship an auto 2 for you. That's why I'm bringing it up at all.
Mm-hmm.
I forget when it comes back. MP ships do not have reserve power. Oh, that's neat. That's not what I was looking for. Thanks anyway, book.
It's described on page 185.
Of course, I look at the wrong page.
Reserve power.
Oh, each scene with reserve power.
Oh, I forget. Was Aratana brought into the loop on the whole augmentation thing?
No.
Oh, you haven't told me yet.
You only told the captain. I don't think the captain told anyone else.
Okay. In which case, I might have to make a call to the commander.
So is my
So,
reading of
so
that
it,
correct?
it resets at the scene. It resets each scene.
So yeah, you may want to channel reserve power into the med bay to help you with your roll, because it gives the ship an auto 2, basically, an auto 1 roll, basically.
If everyone else is cool with that.
Because we're getting
Yeah,
into a new
yeah.
scene. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
after you.
Cool.
Yeah, this is the flashback.
Oh, okay.
anyways.
I follow.
No, because it is technically a flashback, but I'm counting it as part of the scene
Okay, for game mechanics.
Arcana
Okay,
and the Chief have acted in, which
Yeah.
everybody's going to get a chance to act in. So there won't be a reserve
Understand.
power until after everybody's acted.
Oh, you may not want to then. Sorry, I thought I was
But
being
y'all
clever
aren't
there.
planning on doing anything else on the ship, though, right?
That's
Yeah.
true. It's up to you,
I
Doc.
think we're fine to
It's
use-
an idea to buzz at you.
No.
If you need it, absolutely take it. If you don't need it, don't
Take
worry about it.
I don't know. It's only diff 2, right?
It is only diff 2, but this could help with momentum and questions.
Yeah. Then I'll channel it.
I'm double checking that you don't have to complete a task first.
I think it's just an act.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure it is a major action. It's a major action as far as ship combat goes.
Well, then I won't bother.
Yeah.
I won't bother.
Yeah, if someone else was here, like you had someone assisting you, that would be a great way for them to help. But you would have to. You could do this. You're not in combat timing, so you're not going to get like a swift task or anything.
So I could
Difficulty increase.
I could do it and then
You could do it. It's just a
Okay.
separate task that you have to succeed at.
Yeah.
Is it something?
Oh, is it a task I have to succeed at?
You don't. No, there's no role.
Okay.
Actually, that is good a point. There is no role. If we were in combat,
There would
saying
be a
you do
role.
it would make the other thing more difficult. But since we're not in combat timing, you can just say you're doing it.
Okay, I follow.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because we're not in combat, it's not that important to call out. So, yeah. So the ship crits on its as you probably call up to the bridge and the Lieutenant Revere channels all of the ship's uncommitted power to the sensor array, which includes the medical sensors. So the sensors you're using and your analytical equipment in the med bay are operating way faster and way more accurately than you've ever seen them respond.
Right. We're dealing with an unfamiliar genetic structure. These diagnostics will be appreciated. Rolling my 3 dice. Re-rolling that 0. Cool. 3 hits.
3 hits on a difficulty. Well, 5 hits because of the ship. So 5 hits on a difficulty 2.
Although doesn't
3
the
momentum.
ship roll 2 dice if it's a sensors task?
Oh, you're correct, I believe.
Oh.
So the ship does roll its second dice.
Roll a d20 and hope we don't get a complication.
Listen.
Please. What is that? Okay, that's a 14. It's not a success, but it's not a comp. I will take that.
That's weird that they didn't take having more than one assist die into account. They say the ship's assist die is counted as if it's rolled 1. It doesn't mention any of the other dice.
In Advanced Sensor Suite, it points out if reserve powers are rerouted to sensors, one of these dice is set to a 1.
Oh, okay. So they call it out there. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. That's a unique feature of Advanced Sensor Suite.
Yeah, and you really didn't want it to comp because if it comps, it counts as 2 comps on reserve power.
Yeah.
Doctor, over the course of 2 hours with the ship's power being diverted, you are able to help rebuild a lot of circulatory, respiratory damage to the skin, and get this person stable enough so that their body can heal naturally on its own. You are helped somewhat by the fact that their genetic augmentation seems to have introduced a lot of redundant systems within their body that seem to come online as one system shuts down or becomes non-functional.
Now, this does sound a lot like something.
Something that the doctor has never encountered before.
Sure, totally.
This is most unorthodox.
Yeah, you've definitely seen in medical school information about genetic augmentation to increase strength or mental acuity, dexterity, or
And all of
change.
all of that stuff is in the Starfleet medical ethics class.
Yeah, because it's totally illegal, but you know how to spot it. You've never encountered someone who used genetic augmentation to give themselves redundant organs.
Mm.
If you weren't under such pressure, this might be a good case study. Hell, it might make a good case study when you do have time.
Yep.
I was just going to say, it's not like she's going anywhere. Once we get out of here, she'll be on the ship.
But the doctor does get paged as the Klingon crewman. Even in stasis, his situation is degrading, so the doctor has to rush along with the corpsman over to the Klingons' medbay. And we go back forward in time to Chief Aratana, who takes a quick look. No officers or medical personnel around. A quick walk into the med bay. No sign of the doctor, the corpsman, or any other Starfleet personnel.
I just kind of narrow my eyes as I look around, lamenting that we don't have more medical personnel, but not being patient at the moment. I go to see if she's stable, not just, well, she must be stable, otherwise they wouldn't just leave her here. I'm going to see if...
I will give you Insight Medicine difficulty 1 because you are a trained Starfleet crew member, but unlike the officers who get a lot of supplementary education over their 4 years, you did not spend 4 years in an academy. You spent about 2, which directly trained you for security tasks. So your medical expertise is what you learned before you got into Starfleet, not what Starfleet's taught you. So this medical panel, we're not quite sure if Aratana knows how to read this medical panel.
Does the ship's computer help me at all with as I ask it questions and stuff? Well, ask it questions. I type in questions.
No, because this is largely, do you know how to use the medical computer?
I see what you're saying. Difficulty 1, you say? 2?
Yes. No, difficulty 1.
Sorry.
The trait of respected Starfleet crewmen's bringing it down from Diff 2.
Okay.
Because you do have like a Klingon character would start at a Diff 2 here.
I'll throw 1 momentum at it just to buy a die.
Okay.
Got it back.
1 momentum gained. And yeah, this person is breathing normally, has a acceptable blood pressure and heart rate for her circumstance. Suppressed neural activity from medical intervention to keep her asleep. All other vitals look in acceptable levels for someone who's experienced traumatic injury. I wouldn't quite say they're healthy levels, though.
But they're not like actively dying right in front of me, sort of thing.
No.
I'm gonna try to figure out, like looking through some of the supplies, a way to, and from what I've read on the computer, a way to rouse her. Not enough to put her, like enough to wake her up, but I'm not trying to fire off all her pain synapses all at the same time. Just enough to bring her around, while still being while still benefiting from the anesthetics that she probably has, or pain relievers.
Terribly enough, I don't think any of your values would hold you back here. And I can't force compliance on directives. Yeah, that's kind of sad. None of your values hold you back from doing this. So, this is going to be, I'm going to roll the finding the thing and using it into 1 to make this control medicine difficulty 5. What training you received from Starfleet Medical was this person's been injured in a fight, in a ship battle, in an accident. How do I stabilize them long enough, not for a doctor, but for a corpsman to get to them, to stabilize them, to get to medical, right? You're not even supposed to put in enough effort to keep them from dying in the next 2 hours. You're only trained enough to keep them from dying in the next 30 minutes. It's the corpsman's responsibility to get them after that. So there is so much you don't know about Starfleet medical procedures, right? You're not a novice when it comes to medical tasks. The problem is the way things were done out on the frontier is not the way they're done in a Starfleet med bay. So even though you kind of know what you're doing, none of the labels are what you're used to. The computer's output isn't what you're used to. The drugs aren't called the same things. Yeah, most of the difficulty here comes from not you don't know what to do. It's none of what you know how to do makes sense in this setting.
Does the fact that we're in sickbay make this any easier? Because I'm not just trying to wake her up in a bed somewhere on the ship. She's in the best place that I could be trying to do this.
That is going to cause you to suffer another rep loss because you've gone from just doing it to leaving solid evidence that you did it, right? You left a computer record.
Oh, I'll do that, sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's not a question, did you do it? It's hey, the logs show you did this.
No.
Oh, Twitter's going to be so mad.
Yeah. So you'll the diff will come down by 1 and you'll get assisted by the ship's sensors medical, which is going to crit on its first die.
Now I do want to spend my determination. I'll make the argument anyway. Could I possibly put it toward my specific directive? Because the reason I'm waking her up is because I think she's the best person to get me the evidence I need to point me at that spy. Because I don't think she is the spy, but she, as the XO, would know her crew better than anybody. And I don't want to ask the captain of the other ship because he's a Klingon officer now.
Yes, because although, right, you're being dinged because you're doing this in a way Starfleet security doesn't approve of. That's already being handled by the dings. The outcome, yes, you still get the positive, right? So yes, you can use that.
Okay.
Hopefully, he still gets a positive.
1, 2. Yeah, really. I have 2 on a diff 4 right now. Sorry, the difficulty is 4 is the question. My bad.
The difficulty is 4, and because you use determination, your first die is going to crit, which means you're guaranteed to get the ship's assist, and the ship is critting. So you've succeeded at the task. You just need to roll additional dice and the ship's additional dice for momentum.
Oh, the reserve power still in effect.
Yep.
Yep.
The scene
Boy.
didn't change.
I won't spend any more than I have because I don't want to. I don't want to burn through our momentum. I was scared I was going to burn through it all. I was like, oh wait, I'm not going to. Hooray! My focuses don't apply for this. Survival would make sense if I was saving her out in the wild, but that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll buy a die. Nah, there's no reason to because at most I would get it up to 6. Okay. God, 18.
And the ship's extra die?
Oh, yes.
Is a crit.
Oh, that worked out.
Because we're not taking the second die, we're taking the first one. Because you've already gotten the benefit of the first. So that's what? 6 successes on a difficulty 4.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's why it's 6 plus float, right? Okay, I did the math right.
Very groggy and with intense pain on her face, she kind of stirs to.
Or
And
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And kind of looks at you and says, "What happened?"
That bonus momentum, should I spend it before I ask her questions, or can I hang on to it?
Yes, you should spend it. Now, it's related to waking her up.
The only thing I guess I would use that for, is there anything, and this isn't me trying to meta at the augment stuff, I'm more concerned about if there's anything, just as I'm waking her up and I'm scanning her and stuff, do I notice she has any weird, I'm checking if she has any weird like implants in the sense of like a medical, like a subspace screamer or like a hidden dead drop compartment, like some sort of spyware that she just has in her, the kind of thing I could put in one of my security officers. Anything that shouldn't be there.
I'll take it, and the answer is no.
Good. I feel comfier now.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name again?
Sonia Beck.
Oh wait, I have it in my thing. What am I doing?
In fact, I think you have a favor with her.
I do, yeah. Commander Sonia Beck. I am Chief Master at Arms Eritana of the USS Andromeda. You were expelled out from the Hemleth and exposed to atmosphere. It is to my understanding that you have been given medical treatment to stabilize you and prioritized for bed rest until your natural healing factor comes into it. I wish to inform you that I have roused you without a special authorization to do so, because I have a question of imminent importance that I believe is of a danger to both the Andromeda, my priority, and the Fisher, which is yours. So I hope you will indulge my unconventional way of finding evidence. Ma'am.
She kind of struggles to sit up and says, "Well," she kind of grimaces and says, "You've already bought yourself a court-martial, Chief. Go ahead and ask your question."
It has come to my attention through the observance of your logs that you have a spy among your crew, someone who has been feeding information without the authorization of Starfleet Security or Command. So
I am going to give you an opposed roll, because she may already know something. Right, she may already be aware of this spy, and that may belie her on her face when you mention this. So this will be opposed. This will be her control security opposed by your insight security. She is going to. You're going to get an automatic hit because the pain that she's in is going to keep her from totally being able to hide her understanding on her face.
How would me calling in my favor help me here? If at all.
This may not be in a post roll. She may just tell you her suspicions. She may trust that you're worth talking openly about this with.
I'll spend my favor to that. Just kind of, I'm thinking almost narratively, it's like, I'm being as honest as I can be. Like, I'm not hiding anything from you. I need your help. Yes, my career might be over, but for now.
She says, she kind of looks like she's not going to answer real quick, and then she says, we had our suspicions before the battle. They knew our location and shield frequency. It wouldn't have been a close fight at all, except that they knew where to hit us.
So the question becomes, Commander, who is the top list of suspects? Who could have done this? I would imagine. What was it?
Oh wait,
Are they
what
alive?
if?
Because most of the crew died.
Oh wait, what if it's the what's his name? The guy who is now the commander in the house, and this was how he defected.
You know that's been my suspicion this whole time. So
That'd be way too easy.
She says, my first thought went to Helmsman Dotson. He's consistently had poor morale and it wouldn't have been long before he would have been mustered out of Starfleet for poor behavior. The life in space was not suiting him. But that was before someone decided to put on a Klingon uniform. Obviously, I have to suspect the captain's involvement in some way, but there's no evidence or proof.
Anyone else, Commander?
The only person left alive that would have had the access, besides myself and the captain, is Lieutenant Ramapur, but he's true Starfleet. He wouldn't have done that.
What's Lieutenant Ramapur's position, Commander?
He was second officer of engineering.
And not to insult you, Commander, but is there a reason I shouldn't suspect you?
She says, I have a long list of reasons I wouldn't suspect me, but for you, the ship had 2 command officers, and one of them is wearing a Klingon uniform.
I just nod, like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, fair.
I'm jotting things down on a pad. All right, Commander. I thank you for your assistance and your time. I have no expectation of you covering for me or lying for me. Everything I've done was logged in the record, simply because I did not want to imperil your life simply for an investigation. But considering the stakes, I felt this risk was necessary. So, sorry for putting you in any medical distress and risk. For now, I suggest to you, according to the computer, that you should continue to rest. Medical personnel should be back shortly. And I can assure you that at this time, our crew is working tirelessly to save your crew, the Fisher, and the Klingons at some point.
She says, I can rest when we get to the home port. But I can't, nothing I do if we get out of this will help save the Fisher or the crew. But if I take the time now, I might be able to do something. And she tries to like throw her legs over the table, but you can see she's in immense pain.
I kind of go over to kind of put my hands on her, not to shove her down, just to kind of keep her from getting up a bit. Commander, I at most was able to cut some of the pain away to wake you up. But I don't know what your body's going to do. You start moving around. Something might split open that you don't want to split open. So I would advise you to let your trust in the crew and trust in the Andromeda. You can assist us by giving any technical data that would help us save the Fisher and inform the bridge crew. Please. No need to die for this.
She says, you remind me a little bit of myself before I jumped over to the officer track. And as much as you've listened to regulation about interrogations and medical procedures, I'll listen to your advice about bodily integrity.
Well then, the Commander, how are you getting over there without the Andromeda's help? We're not attached to you anymore, as you may have noticed.
She says personnel are going to beam me over there. How many people have you ever seen say no to a commander in Starfleet?
Ones with short careers. Let me at least grab a med pack and come along with you. There's no sense you fall over. I don't want to be yelled at later for you dying. And I'll actually scrounge around and grab a med kit out of storage, which probably costs an opportunity.
She says, I guess I won't turn down the help, but I don't think you're going to find your spy on a ship that has no people on it.
Where are you going? To the Fisher?
The Fisher, so me and whoever else is saving the ship will be there, but why would the spy go back to the Fisher? There's a Klingon ship there.
To hide the
At least inform the bridge. They probably have some plan or another to save it. I think the chief of the boat has some plan. I don't entirely understand. So could you at least wait in the transporter room and you can go with them, Commander?
I'll wait for your chief.
You wish to wait here on the nice comfy bed with all the nice drugs, or do you want to go to the nice cold transporter room downstairs? Well, down the ladder. Ma'am.
She is going to look at the rack of hyposprays, and although she has a worse medical score, she might fare better because she should have Starfleet Academy training.
I'll assist her. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm not getting your patient killed. Now the patient's killing herself. That's better, right?
They're going to spend from their pool to buy 2 more dice.
Right.
Yes, I got the spelling wrong.
Insight medicine to assist, maybe? Just to generate momentum? Oh, it doesn't matter. We have 6. I won't worry about it. Unless she didn't
Okay.
get it.
No, she got it because of the sensors, right?
Ah, yes.
She's able to look at her own the sensor output for. Actually, I need you to roll 1 extra dice for the ship.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So she knows how to assign the dosage.
That is
Oh
an 8.
boy. Because you got rid of the prototype thing. That would have been terrible if you hadn't got rid of that.
I think we haven't.
No, we haven't.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
That's 2 complications.
Only one of those rolled.
Yes, but because you have reserve power, that 18.
Oh god
The
damn it.
prototype makes that 18 a complication.
Are you going
Reserve
to kill
power
my
makes it a double
I
complication.
I just saved her.
She did succeed, though.
She did succeed.
Yes. Suicide successfully.
Do you want to gain some threat there, perhaps, for her roll? I didn't roll, so I can't. I know I can't say, but still.
Hey, I'm just happy it's not me as Pend making these decisions.
It's just rep things. I'll live. I'm getting
she
good
won't.
justice.
Let's see. Because she has no position in the command rank here. In a unusual way, she is, because you're the Master at Arms, she does only count as a colleague. If she was in the ship's command authority, right, she could do whatever she wants, and it would not be your responsibility. It might be your responsibility to tell her no, but not to stop her, right?
Right.
But because you have an official position in charge of the ship's stores, right? You're the Master at Arms. You're supposed to prevent thievery. She is performing an unauthorized medical procedure and taking from the ship's stores without permission, and you knowingly are allowing it. This is gonna increase your problem with your reputation by 2 more. So you're at -4 of whatever you roll.
Christ.
When she said court martial, she wasn't
You
joking.
you might actually roll enough to get court martial.
I'll just do some rep.
the-
I'll be fine.
So yeah, the chief thought, it might be someone's going to find out. It'll be a problem. I'll have to explain away. The chief did not realize how much records she was leaving in the computer.
Well, back at the colony, it's not that big a deal. This is a Starfleet vessel. It's a much bigger deal. Oh.
Yeah. Every minor thing you use the computer for, it logs that you did it at this time with this authorization. Unlike the colony's computer, which barely records that it was ever turned on.
So she isn't gonna die, I think. I hope.
No.
Good.
No, if the complication had happened on her dice, it would have been something related to her.
Mhm.
But this complication came on the ship, so it's going to be something related to y'all or the ship.
All right then, Commander. It's up to you whether you want to wait in here and get stored up, or you want to wait down in the transporter room. I have to go down there anyway to go over to the Tamleth and start making sure some frontier justice is done around here.
She
I said what I said.
nods and wait.
Ideally, you don't frontier justice anyone on a Klingon ship.
Hey, they'll be understanding.
Yeah,
will
they'll,
not.
they'll
I was
think,
just going to
hey,
say, a Klingon ship is the perfect place to just shoot someone and say, I had evidence he was a spy. You did that on a Starfleet vessel, you face a murder charge. You did that on a Klingon vessel to throw a party
thing
in your
is-
name.
I mean,
He
yeah,
would be their
Sorry.
spy.
I guess that's true. That's true. That's true.
you're probably right. They'd be fine. You know, you'd shoot, say, he's a spy. I had evidence. And they'd be like, sure, we don't necessarily know that your evidence is good. So we're going to shoot you and then double check the evidence
Yeah.
after you've been dealt with.
So that's why I shot 4 Klingons, officer.
All right. We go to the Tamleth. I know we're going to have the senior chief. I know the senior chief is bringing the chief engineer with him. I know that y'all meet up with a Starfleet commander named Commander Sonia Beck, who says she is the acting captain of the Fisher and she's going to come help you. And that leaves Inverni or Soloris to be doing something here or somewhere else.
On the Tamleth or the Fisher?
This is the Fisher, so if you're doing something on the Tamleth, that would come later.
Okay, well, my question is, can I work to lower the trait of
Yes.
Klingon opposition? Okay,
You have
that
to
would
be
be
on
on
the
the Tamleth.
Tamleth.
And that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so Inverni, where are you?
Um, that's a great question. I don't know how he could help the Fisher.
I mean, I've got an idea.
Remembering he's a science officer, so how his science would help the not the town with the Fisher.
Well, or after I've done the repairs here, you could stay here.
Well, you're
with,
also the executive officer, so command might come up.
That's true. I also know for a fact he's better at allaying people's harm that they have against the captain than the captain is.
So are you going to be on the Tamleth or the Fisher?
I have an idea, and I'll be on the Tamleth for it, but it might be able to help the Fisher later as well. We'll find out.
Okay. So, Senior Chief, you find yourself with the Chief Engineer of the Andromeda and the Acting Captain of the Fisher. I think the captain was playing the chief engineer. The commander will say, I'll go unlock some of the computer systems. So you'll have access to the weapons when you repair them.
I appreciate it, Captain, acting captain.
And she'll go
If
here.
if you don't mind, after I've done repairs here, I'd like to leave my chief of engineering here to monitor the systems because I've got a lot of work to do in a lot of places to try and make this really bad idea work.
Back.
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that. Was that a question to me, or you were saying something to the lieutenant?
No, I was saying something to the acting captain.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What did you say to her?
Yeah, so after we've began or fixed the issue here, could she remain here with the chief of engineering to make sure nothing happens while I bugger off and fix other problems elsewhere?
I don't think the chief engineer or the captain of this ship are leaving the ship. I think we're all going to stay on the ship.
No, it was more of like, can you two specifically stay at the engines where the power is going to be generated?
The captain will say, "Yeah, if there's no emergencies, I can monitor the computers and the engines for a while." The lieutenant says, "I can't spend too long here." Oh, sorry, someone else is playing the
Yeah,
lieutenant.
I was going to say.
But the answer, part of the lieutenant's answer should include that currently there's no officer commanding the Andromeda, so he can't spend that much time here.
There's currently not an officer aboard the Andromeda, which is a problem that must be rectified soon. I will help as much as I can, but I believe it would be neglect to leave that ship for too long without an officer.
Okay. Once we're done here, can you stay here long enough for me to go over to the Klingons, fix their shit, and come back over?
I believe so. Have you ever heard of the old Earth logic question about the farmer, the chicken, the fox, and the food?
No, humans usually come up with dumbass expressions to come up with things that don't need explaining.
Sure, it just reminded me. We must fix the damage to structure and the damage to weapons. Otherwise, the ship will rip itself apart when we try to fly it, and the distractor beams won't work.
Yep. Yeah, so I think the general idea is between the two of us, between the replication abilities and the general engineering of the chief and my modeling and fabrication focuses, that will be able to crudely and put things back together long enough.
All right, I'll give each of the three characters here a task. Since it doesn't sound like you're assisting each other, it sounds like you're all, well, at least the two of you and the commander are each taking a stab at part of the problem on their own. So we'll take the chief first.
Which chief?
You.
Senior chief? He's urgent.
Senior chief.
As opposed to the officer who's a junior lieutenant but is chief of engineering.
Yes.
Yes.
I love the military.
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially I am going to essentially disassemble.
You're repairing the weapons, right?
Yeah, I'm essentially disassembling what I don't need, and it's not going to look pretty, and I'm going to fix the whatever I can.
Yeah. The first part of your plan requires the weapons, and the second thing is to fix the engines.
Yeah, just cannibalize exactly as much as you need just to get the tractor beam online.
Yeah, it's not going to look pretty, but it's going to work.
You're looking at control engineering I'm sorry, not control, because this is not a permanent repair. You're looking at daring engineering difficulty 3 because it is a breach at all, and there is 1 breach, so that's 2 plus 1.
I would like to give you a threat.
Sorry. As a reminder, you also goes up from diff 3 to diff 5 because Klingon resistance. There is no one here to support you. You have to do this all on your own. Because
The Klingons know how an engine works?
they know how their engine works, and right now they're spending all their time working on it and not here helping you.
I mean, that's probably for the best.
So I correct myself before you buy any dice. You get to know that it is diff 5.
Understood. I would like to give you how do I want to split this? I'd like to give you 3 threat and 2 momentum.
And this might be value time.
I'm saving that for when it all goes tits up.
Which might be in about 10 seconds.
Precisely. Would my traits of either Starfleet crew or Chief of the Boat help here?
No, because the only people here are higher ranking than you. If there was
But-
someone else here that might rely on you for direction, I might say yes, but there isn't.
I feel sorry for the poor bastard who has to rely on me for instruction.
Yeah, I know, right? I've had multiple episodes not be able to consult with you due to the officer class's decisions.
You're welcome.
I'm the one getting ripped. I see how it is.
Now go make the coffee.
I did try to roll 5 dice.
Try again.
Hey, there you go.
That is 1 success.
Wow.
The ship will assist with computers engineering. Hey, look at that. That's 2 successes on a diff 5.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll spend the value.
All right. Towards a you're gonna spend that determination towards a value or a directive?
Um, I can probably spend it towards a directive to like recover the ship.
Directive 1.
All
Yeah.
right. Then go ahead and re-roll 3 dice.
Can I re-roll 4?
Yes, sorry. You re-roll 4 dice.
I mean, if you're restricting me, at least spend the threat for him, please.
Literally reaches
that's a
across the
valid
table.
Threat spend.
God damn it, let
That
me
is what
roll
you
all
needed.
the dice.
Well, he has more dice to go, though.
Incredible.
PM, it gets worse.
You gained 3 momentum.
Hooray.
I gain a lot more than that.
Uh,
Because I'm Andorian, I'm intense. So because I spent threat to gain dice, I get bonus momentum from this roll.
for each d20 purchased, yes, you gain 3 momentum and you gain 3 bonus momentum.
Is it 3?
Yeah, because he bought 3 die.
It doesn't say all of them have to be bought from threat, it's just that threat had to be spent.
Oh.
Hold on.
We're learning.
New system.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say that I definitely think it's intended that it's dice bought with threat.
Okay, well, I spent 3 anyway.
This would be 2 bonus momentum instead of
Yeah.
3.
That's why I thought you were doing that split. I was like, oh.
Well, I didn't want to give him like full.
Yeah, really.
Oh shit! I also have bold engineering. I had a reroll.
Do not reroll what you have. You have a good roll. Leave it alone.
Rerolls
Time
it.
to fish.
2 complications.
I will draw on this map. That's the only thing I can do.
How very Canadian.
So you can leave those momentum in the pool,
man.
or you can create a trait.
It might be worth trying to create a trait of like stable. So if something does go wrong during the whole procedure, it won't just completely fall apart.
I'll allow the structural integrity programming to apply to the fissure as well now.
Awesome.
All right, Captain, that leaves you as the chief engineer.
Hello, is this going to eat my captain turn?
No.
Okay. Then yes, while he's working on the weapons, I believe the other most damaged part of the ship was the structure. So I believe I'm trying to jury-rig the structure.
The engines are the last thing that have to be fixed to give you any chance of leaving.
Okay, then I will do the engines next.
The structure is the thing that will be nice to have if you don't want to die, but the engines, if you don't do that, you can't move.
Understood. Then I'm doing engines, and hopefully we will have time to do structure before we launch off into space. Okay, what's the difficulty here?
What? Sorry. What? Chief, what is your engineering score?
Me?
No, the
Oh,
Chief.
I'm 4.
4. Okay, so 4 of that progress has been made.
I will point out, I didn't know if that was counting to progress, so I didn't bring it up. One of the things we can use momentum for is for additional progress. So for every 2, we can get an extra impact.
Okay, that is correct. If you would like to spend for extra progress, you can, Chief, from the pool of momentum.
Sure. Can I spend to get up to the next milestone?
The milestone is at 9. You would need 10 momentum. Oh, it's important because you might not have. You're not going to know this yet.
Yeah.
In this system, there are only 2 breakthroughs: half of the work track and the full and 75% of the work track.
Yeah, your ultimate goal is to fill the progress track before
it's
we run out of
not.
time.
It's not breakthrough every 5 anymore.
Yeah.
'Cause 5 is a lot easier to get to.
So,
but the breakthroughs are more powerful.
Yeah. So is it worth for me adding a little bit more on?
Well, ideally, we need to get as much of the progress track done as we can each scene.
I mean, we could just momentum dump to get more work done.
Yeah.
In progress. Like
at this point, you could get the maximum you could go is from 4 to 7.
And what's the total again?
18.
That's
remembering
spending
the
4.
other person has to go still, the lieutenant, who can also get, if they succeed, a +5 or 4 onto it.
Yeah, so maybe like spend 4 so that the lieutenant can. Wow, why did I go Commonwealth there?
Because it's the correct way to refer to the ranks.
It is.
All right.
Should have won the 100 Years' War then.
Oh man, here we go.
Yeah, how much do you want to spend, man? At the end of the day.
I'd say 4 on that roll, so at least leave the.
That gives you 6 of 18. That's a third of the way there.
Ray.
All right. On to you.
Hello.
Lieutenant.
Yeah. As he rapidly attempts to, I imagine, turn back on a warp core system that has not been on in quite a long time, and Okay. Control engineering or daring engineering?
Daring engineering.
Warp core mechanics is a focus,
Yes.
considering. Okay.
probably want to spend determination here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, because you're also looking at a difficulty 5.
That's what I figured. Yeah, all right. I have a decent shot of making sure. Is the ship assisting, by the way?
Yes, computers engineering.
All right, 4 threat, 2 momentum, and let's roll.
Ba, 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 ba.
And with oh, he does not have cautious or okay. And I don't have a reroll, so I'm waiting to see how the ship rolls.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Oh, you.
It's a success, so that's enough. What is his engineering score?
His engineering score is 4. Yeah,
So
as
it gets y'all to 10 of 18. You get a breakthrough.
excellent. As you get the dramatic shot of pulling off the tarp off of a console and flicking a couple switches and hearing the vroom of everything lighting up.
I almost imagine it's like especially this era, it's like those 60s, 70s eras computers, so these big, chunky, mechanical sounding computers.
No, the TOS engineering set is one of my favorite sets in that show.
I wanted to be in those places when I saw those. I was like, oh man, I want to walk around in those places. There's so much I wouldn't be allowed to touch.
Yeah.
Don't touch that, that, or that. Those 2 things will kill you. That one, I will kill you.
Did we actually do breakthroughs for the Andromeda track?
We did it all in one go. It wasn't long enough to
You did
matter.
an all go. You didn't need
Yeah.
Fair.
them. The next task gets +2 to its impact as with the engines back online, a lot of power is restored and other tasks become simpler.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. He will report yeah, he will report to the chief and eventually to the command staff that, the engines don't look pretty, but they are running, and that's better than not.
All right. I'm going to spend the last 3 of Commander Beck's personal pool to spend towards one of her values. She has a focus.
It's a new scene, so her stuff turns back on. Or free resources, I mean.
No, this scene this is still the same scene that she acted in with you.
Oh, my bad.
I think we've been taking every round that all the characters act in as one scene.
Oh, that's my misunderstanding. I keep doing that, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of a very long scene for this game, but it's because we're all doing different things at once.
Yeah.
That is 5 successes. Gonna spend a threat for her to do something. But as promised, the 2 of you were not impeded by access to the computers as she has provided access to you.
Okay.
the project track move from her at all, or no?
Smiley face.
No.
Worth asking.
Yeah, she said she was gonna give them computer access. So, all right, that leaves Iverny and the commander.
Right. I don't know what you're up to in Verney, but I'm trying to convince the Klingons to work with us here.
Go ahead.
Are we back at the Andromeda?
I think he meant the Thelma, the lock.
Yeah, sorry.
Go right ahead. I will sip coffee and watch. I do have a plan. It's just, yeah. You
All right. This is going to be an opposed task. Either the intensity is going to increase to the point where you are basically going to be kicked off the Klingon ship,
Mm-hmm.
and they are no longer part of your solution or problem,
Mm-hmm.
or you get rid of the Klingon resistance problem.
Okay, and they go back to helping. Okay.
Yeah, because basically the either you're going to get rid of the trait, or he's going to increase it by the amount you could get rid of, which is 3. So that's what I mean by impossible. Like if he succeeds at this, any cooperation with the Klingons becomes impossible.
Okay.
Because then all your tasks would be up by diff 5, and that would just be impossible, right? So. So I will resolve him first. That way you know what you're dealing with. He is going to spend 6 threat on a full emit. He's going to spend the remaining 3 from his personal pool on the value save my family, because this is not an KDF vessel. This vessel is his house's flagship now. So its deprioritization is a direct threat to his family's security in the future.
They leave it behind, they lose their house ship, and they're not bound to get another one anytime soon.
So he is rolling 5 dice. One of those is automatically going to crit. He's going to use a focus in bargain as he tries to bring you around to his way of thinking.
Okay.
So that is 5 successes.
Did you roll
The
too many
trait
dice?
for, sorry. Oh yeah, that last crit is a. You can ignore that, but he still gets 5 because the first one would have been an auto crit, right? So it's 5 successes.
Okay.
I told you the correct number in the wrong format.
Right, yeah.
I believed you. Okay.
At least someone did.
Okay.
Resistance doesn't apply here because that's the point of this task.
Presence command, as I am giving him a lecture on why this is the most sensible
did
path.
I roll the wrong thing? I did.
You rolled fitness security. I don't know why.
I rolled fitness security. I had insight command selected, and I meant presence command.
Well, it doesn't change anything, I don't think.
15, 18.
Yeah. 15.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, why am I on? Sorry, no, none of that is correct because I was looking at Soloris's sheet, which is not what I used to roll at all.
I would hope this min is not turned into a clone of me.
Okay, so he has a 17 because he has a command of
Oh, jeez.
a command presence of 17.
It
So-
almost changed something, but that's
6.
80.
No, no, but we're taking the first
15.
4 dice,
So he gets another hit.
so he does
Oh, he
get
does,
another
yeah,
hit.
never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 6 successes.
Good luck.
You guys don't get to make fun of me anymore. Just throwing that out there.
I've been doing
I didn't
I,
make fun of
right.
you.
I never agreed to this. I
Yeah. Okay.
The doctor has been doing everything right.
Okay.
I'll give you a free hit for inspiring presence.
Thank you.
God damn.
Focus in rhetoric as I'm making an impassioned argument to him about, or not impassioned, and in logical
Because-
argument.
This is actually a time where it matters because there are times where you might be able to pick up on a word he said and turn that into a quick quip or jab that undermines him. Even if y'all thought about it for a while, what you said isn't really relevant. In the moment, everybody in the bridge is like, damn, that was harsh.
Presence command.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me check one thing about the rules.
What's the question?
I'm trying to figure out if I can do a callback here.
It would have to be to have you used what value do you want to use?
Okay, that's the determining question. Okay.
Because it has to be a value that you've used in a previous episode that you haven't.
Then I
already
don't.
done.
Okay. Then I don't think I have a direct application here.
So which one did you use last episode?
I used I give nothing but my best to my crew. I expect nothing but the same to convince Gwendolyn to be able to pilot through the thing successfully.
Okay, yeah, you're not dealing
Yeah.
with your crew, not even dealing with Starfleet people.
Not anymore. Okay. So that's one hit.
And the one on the planet wouldn't count, I don't think.
You have values that apply, but just none that are going to give you a milestone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That well, I didn't know if I could get another milestone through something like that. Okay. Take one. Take 5 threat.
It's going to be 6
15.
if you're buying a full amount.
I am buying a full amount.
6.
Okay, so that is 1, 3, 5. So he got 6 total.
He got 6. You started off with a free hit, so you needed to get 5 successes to match him.
Okay. And I assume I need to beat him to lower the trait.
Yes, if y'all tie, nothing happens.
Okay. Can I spend my determination on the value, my word is law, as I am the senior, I am the most senior person of the only capable military vessel here. You must listen to me.
No, because he has the most powerful warship here. Although he's not in Starfleet, when he was in Starfleet, he was a full captain.
Okay.
Here, he's the commander of a house and the captain of a ship, and his presumed rank as a captain is even more prestigious than that of a Starfleet captain, right? Because he's a captain. He's kind of like a fleet captain. So no, there's too many ways in which he has more authority here.
GM.
Okay.
Your first one, though.
I believe in an opposed task, the reactor sets the difficulties. If you match that person, the active person succeeds. Your guy set the difficulty. Page 256.
Page 256.
I had to look up in the books. I wasn't sure if that was only a thing in Dune or if that existed in STA2 as well. Because different D20s deal with ties differently.
Very Dune way of handling ties.
I mean, this ship is his Arrakis. There we go. I think you could probably use your first value, though, if you end up needing one.
That's what I was going to ask next before we went on this tangent.
Yeah, which we have the same value, by the way.
Logic is the beginning of the wisdom, not the end.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
It means very different things to the both of them, I'm sure.
Yep. So you have succeeded.
Okay.
Any additional momentum you could use to improve the outcome in the normal methods, but yeah, you've succeeded.
Okay. Well, what I was going to ask is, can I re-roll that roll on the determination on the value? Logic is the beginning of the wisdom, not the end, as I'm kind of making an almost emotional plea for him to side with us for, because it would be the right thing to do for all of us to get out of here together, regardless of what ship we're on.
No, because logic already supports your viewpoint.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
logic is that you're correct. He's the one being emotional. So actually providing an argument that is based in logic might help more than one that's emotional.
Okay, that's completely fair. Okay. Can I spend on a directive here? Recover the USS Fisher if practical, because I need their help to help recover the Fisher.
I will say yes, because right now your people are struggling without their help.
Okay.
If you could get their help, this would be
okay.
Yep.
Okay, that is 7 total.
So you gain a momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
And the trait goes away.
Whew.
You are making a mistake. If you do not help us, then you will not be able to get out of here. And no matter how valuable you believe that ship to be, I promise you that your lives are worth more in the Klingon Empire, ship or no ship, than they are to be trapped here forever.
He kind of relents a second and he says, "You're right. Thinking only of the needs of the Empire is why I'm here." He kind of steps up and he says, "The man who sat here before me could see no path to working with us. That's why he forced me to kill him over such a stupid matter, which has brought me here. I'm not going to make the same mistake." All right, I will dispatch some teams to assist your people.
Right. We will rescue your ship if there is time, but for now I recommend transferring as many personnel as possible to the Andromeda and to the Fisher.
He nods and starts issuing commands. Lieutenant Inverni,
Hi.
what
Now,
are
I
you
had
doing?
something for if that failed, but it didn't, and also would not have worked
Oh,
anyway because it was fine. The other plan I have is, if at all possible, it hasn't been mentioned.
hold on one second, because I just thought of
Yes.
something. I need to update this did count towards getting the Tamleth ready.
Oh, right.
So your command is 5?
Yep. I bumped it
Because
up
you're
with the arcade.
unfamiliar with how Klingons operate, there is a resistance of 1, so that's only doing 4 work.
Okay.
Still, hooray. That's progress.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Does
What's up?
the other trait we made of the inter-navy coordination now
Came
function?
back. It does.
Yeah.
It did come back. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Nice.
Good job,
Yay.
Cap.
Yeah. Rumi gambled there and almost came
Yeah.
very close to making this a disastrous situation, but just managed to pull it out.
Hey, look, she might be a Vulcan captain, but what is more Kirk than like making an impassioned plea to an alien that if it doesn't work, it'll blow up in your face and kill everyone?
Quite
Pretty
literally.
Kirk.
There's a few things more Kirk than that, but yeah, I'm not going to say them.
It's more of a Picard thing, as I said it, but it's fine.
You're supposed to seduce him, duh. That's
Yeah.
the Kirk thing to do.
Yeah,
No, that's also a Picard thing to do sometimes.
it's a Riker thing.
I mean, really,
that's a
yeah, I
Riker
was about to say,
thing.
it would only be a Kirk thing to do if somehow you and him had a previous relationship. Because
Mhm.
Kirk really only seemed to seduce the occasional alien, but mostly it was just old girlfriends.
Well,
Right.
hey,
Yeah.
you could have known him from
Yeah.
before. We don't know. No judgment.
Yeah. What we think when we think of Kirk is mostly Riker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, Inverni.
Yes. So I wasn't actually sure if it was possible, but I figured I would put it forward. Is it possible to take an action to add resistance to the consequences?
Oh.
Or would that be take an action on the extended task and make a trait that would do the resistance?
It would, but it's not going to slow down the progress enough to be worth it.
Fuck.
So yes, the answer is yes. You would be served way better by making progress than doing that, though, because it's a difficulty 2 task to raise the resistance by 1, right? Whereas it's only a difficulty 3 or 4 task to get your entire science score of progress done on one
Okay.
of those other tests. So it's possible. It's just nowhere near as efficient.
Okay. I was curious.
Yeah, it is possible. I just
Yeah,
I wouldn't think you'd
okay.
actually want to do it.
I mean,
You could. I'll let you. It's just
If you get it
now that
3
you put it like
times
that,
over the course of 3
incredibly inefficient.
rounds.
yeah, I use swift action, then I use its determination to do 3 actions.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
Okay. Well, I mean, I can use the same level of fluff that I was already intending to. Or I could actually just work for coordination, actually coordinating the Klingon and Starfleet personnel of the 3 vessels in an effective manner, because his XO is, wait, he has an XO, that's the Klingon guy that's grouchy, that I could
Yep.
work with. The Starfleet lady's over there doing her thing, acting captain, but actually essentially being an XO for all
You
3
can.
ships to run the
So
coordination.
that's going to be control command. Because there's no specific difficulty set by the book, if you're focusing on directing people on the Tamleth, it's difficulty 3. If you're focusing on people on the Fisher, it's difficulty 4.
Yeah, we'll focus on the Tamleth to start with, and then we'll find out. Because I could make a trait that'll affect everything because of the scope of what I'm trying to do, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So control command. You see control command? Yeah.
Control command difficulty 3.
Yep.
Inner Navy coordination is going to bring that down to a 2.
Lovely. Potentially mediation or inspiration. As a focus.
Mediation.
Yep.
Lots of grumpy people
Lots of grumpy
on this
Klingons.
ship.
Lots of grumpy Starfleet people, even potentially.
Mhm.
Why do I still have to help the Klingons? I've been here for 3 years already. And it's a diff 2, but we want to try and make momentum. Actually, to that end, I will spend. I'll spend a threat. I had to think about that. Yeah, we'll do it this way.
2
God
successes.
damn it. Okay.
The ship will assist with communications command.
Mm-hmm. And the question is, does their XO potentially assist?
That is
with
2
this?
successes. He's gonna get his own action to help.
Okay.
2
so
successes from the
4
ship?
successes.
Question mark.
That's 4 successes.
So
I'm debating on if I want to re-roll the 2 or save it for something potentially urgent later,
Sorry. It's like
or just make momentum.
creating momentum is good because that helps you progress more.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, hey, that is not my sheet. I don't even know how that sheet opened. I double-clicked on Inverness to expand it from the minimized page, and it opened Soloris's for some reason.
Everyone wants to open Soloris' sheet. Let me use your sheet. I want to use those
I didn't
things
even have
instead.
her sheet open, and it just came up. But Spirit of
God.
Discovery and Faith of the Heart for momentum, potentially from I could do Act with Confidence, even if you don't feel confident, and call back, because this is a lot more personnel than he was ever expecting to try and manage.
Yeah, you don't manage this many people until you're at least a full commander or a captain in Starfleet. And those are people who generally speak your language, or one that is easily translated to your
Wait.
language,
It's real.
and want to work with you and don't think you are the scum of the earth.
Yeah.
These
Don't
people
worry.
do think you are a terrible thing. They're not even
They'll change
convinced
their
you're
minds when they try my
fully
coffee.
sentient. So yes, you can use that.
Okay, so I'll end up with a second determination, and I'll use the first one to, Spirit of the Discovery, Faith of the Heart for momentum.
Wait, how
To the group.
did you get the second one?
For calling back.
Ah, yes, you do.
Yes.
You get that. You don't get that till the end of this task, though. You
Yeah.
can't use it on this task.
Yep. I'm not going to use it on this task. I'm going to use the one that was being spent.
Yes.
Yep. I got you. But that makes us momentum, which we can now use to.
More momentum.
Yep.
So you succeeded enough to get past. Actually, you gained 2 momentum off of the roll.
Right.
So I think you have a. Did you start the task with a full pool?
No, I've reflected what's happened so far. 2 plus the 4 he just got from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
then
this is the
yes.
correct momentum currently.
What is your command score?
4.
So you are 8 out of 12. Oh, sorry. The Tamleth has a resistance of 1, so you are 7 of 12. It would cost 10 to finish off the Tamleth. Sorry, it would cost. It would cost. Nope, that's correct.
Yep.
You could get up to 10. Oh, this.
Shouldn't Tamleth have the
It will get a. Sorry, the captain should have given a
5?
breakthrough, which I will say got rid of the resistance, because that's actually kind of thematic.
Fitting.
She's gotten all the assistance you need
So we're up to 8.
on translating consoles and command procedures.
Yeah, we're still short momentum wise to get it in one go.
Yeah, to get it in one go, certainly, but
a lot of the way there.
You need 8 momentum.
Okay, and we're currently at the track on the Tamleth is
8 out of 12.
If I got 2, that'd be 75%, right? Or the second breakthrough on the Tamleth? 1?
You need to get 9 or more.
Yeah, okay, so if I spent 2, that'd be a second breakthrough on the Tamleth, or a second progress on the Tamleth. Oh,
Yes.
9th progress, second breakthrough, which is nice. Breakthroughs are nice.
Generally.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yes, please.
So that will bring down the difficulty with the current traits. That means the next person to roll has an effective difficulty of 1.
Lovely. And then
I don't know if you want to bother spending again, because that's pretty. Someone else doing something here could nail it on their next roll.
yeah. My only other thing was a trait that could be generally effective across any task of reflecting the
You can increase the
slightly
intensity
buttered
of
feelings.
coordination.
Yeah, we'll intense the intensity of the coordination because it would essentially be the same thing anyway.
All right.
And we'll leave 3 momentum on the table for next people.
Unfortunately, the commander on their ship will not benefit from inter-navy coordination because he is pretty opposed to working with you at all. Good thing is, it's only a personal opinion, so the crew isn't really following him on this, but he thinks y'all are targs. But
Okay.
he wants to save this ship, so he's going to spend all 3 from his personal pool to gain a benefit of determination on the value for the Empire. Because the Empire needs this ship if they're going to win the next war against the Federation dogs.
He's not wrong. I'll give him that.
Woof.
This
I mean, he
is
kind of is. I don't think they
unfortunately,
need
he's
this
not actually an
specific ship.
enemy, so he can't use any of the threat from the pool. He is on your side. His focuses in
God.
intimidation and blade weapons are not going to help.
Man, I hope he didn't like hurt his spine with all like the bending over backwards.
Oh my god.
He had to
That
do
should have only
that.
been 2 dice, and the first one was a crit, so that was just 2 successes. And the ship helps, so that's you gain a momentum. He does 3 progress. You gain 2 momentum, and he does 3 progress
That's
for the
silly.
Tamleth.
Thanks, buddy. We're all friends here now. How are you? Yeah, I think he filled it.
He did.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Is prepared. None of the breaches were fixed, so the crew are ready to solve problems as they come up. Right, the weapons are still disabled. The structure is shot, but the Tamleth's engines were undamaged. So it's just like all of this command effort has been put into getting people in place for the journey. None of it has been put into actually preparing the ship itself.
This sounds like a suicide. Oh my god. Okay.
They're Klingons,
Hey,
it's normal.
Hey, as long as
Dolores will cooperate with them, but she really does not think the ship is going to survive.
I mean, you and Vernie were the 2 who led the effort here, right? You focused on coordinating the crews, which helped get the Tamleth ready, but not in the way that would be helpful in a structural sense.
It's fine.
The crew is prepared and ready to go, but
a lot of
The other thing
the
is we still
anything.
can't put effort into repairing stuff past this.
Yeah,
so
the thing about using rhetoric to convince people of your side is that it doesn't fix holes in a bulkhead.
the 2 other people who could help are going to transfer over to help on the Tamleth because they are Federation people, so they would have done this anyways. Which Aratana might mean you end up coming back over here. But your thing would be in the next scene anyways. So,
Yeah.
But I was just highlighting the 2 people that were mentioned to you, they can't help on the Tamleth anymore. So, but you'll quickly be able to find out where they are if they're the ones you're interested in.
They are, yeah. I'm following where they're going. So if they're going over to the fish show, go to where they are. Besides, all 3 of my suspects will be in the same spot.
So in the ship. So Lieutenant Ravapur gets 1 success on a difficulty 4.
Get it.
And Helmsman Dotson, he gets 4 successes. So he actually does help here. So y'all are only 4 away from saving the Fisher. When we change scenes,
Boop.
and
Yeah, it's honestly sounding that if I head over to the Klingons, people here can get the last 4. And I'll.
Uh-oh, bad things happening.
Well, I was talking in hypotheticals, but
a series of large ice formations pass through the area, and although prepared for them, the crews have to scramble to move the ships, wasting a significant amount of time. You go down another point of momentum as you have essentially lost a scene.
Interesting. Okay.
And we get impacted again, I imagine, doing to us.
You get impacted for the scene y'all just wrapped up, and you get impacted again as you lose a scene, as there's a reversal.
Can't even get my vengeance on you. Oh, sort of.
Which means you're actually going to get a setback for the Fisher and the Tamleth.
Tamleth succeeded, though. So that track goes away, doesn't it?
The track will not go away till it's out of the gas giant.
Okay.
Because like these ice crystals, the longer it stays here, the less likely you are to make it out. The ship is now capable of making it out of here, but the ship's engines weren't impacted. The Tamleth was always capable of technically making it out. Right. The task is to actually get them out finally.
so yeah, I think there's only.
I'm going to add confusion on both the Tamleth and the Fisher. Any task to unmask the spy is at an increased difficulty of +1 if you're on the Tamleth or if you are looking on the Fisher. As the crews are scrambling, you can't get someone to talk to you for more than 2 or 3 minutes before they have to go rush to another task. And we're going to start off with the doctor. Doctor,
Yay.
you have a Klingon crewman to save and a berth to help with.
All in a day's work, I guess.
And you're in a Klingon medbay because that's where the patients are.
Yep. Figured.
The life-threatening situation at the moment is the Klingon crewman who has a difficulty for violent decompression injury.
Okay.
You
I still need-
are at your talent that helps with the uncertain species is going to protect you here.
Yeah, and presumably also yeah. Because I assume it would normally be higher than 4.
It would normally be higher than 4.
Oh yeah, and there's also a Klingon corpsman.
He's not important enough to be relevant to help.
Okay, cool.
Worth asking.
Yeah, he counts as the general help from the medical
So
department.
am I correct in understanding that I don't need to make that other check again?
You're correct. You know that you know what needs to be done.
Okay, cool. And I assume this ship is going to attempt to assist me?
It's reducing the diff by 1, and you get sensor science as an assist. But this time, there's no power.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's worth it. I'm gonna spend 3 momentum.
All
Hey,
right.
You're the doctor. You're supposed to be saving lives.
Because of all of the Klingon medical personnel helping you, actually, sorry, the diff goes down again by 2. So, before you start doing anything, this is a diff 1 task.
Oh, in that case, I'm only gonna spend the 1 momentum.
Okay.
Because, just so I can have the reroll.
Okay.
Control medicine, you say?
Yep.
Hey.
You gain 2 momentum.
And the ship?
Go ship go. Yeah.
Gives you 1 point.
Hey!
So 3 points of momentum gained.
You know, the Klingon ships are built pretty well. They keep helping us every time.
And you
I think I'm starting to finally get the hang of this,
stabilize
I'm
Klingon.
beginning to get the
Doctor.
hang of taking care of these sorts of injuries.
Give to turn around and deliver a child. You're protected by your talent of quick study.
And
Yeah,
lawyers.
unfamiliar species.
You need to give me a daring medicine because of how there are 0 things written in the Starfleet medical database about Klingon pregnancies.
Awesome.
This is all seat of your feathers or pants or legs. I'm not sure.
Hey, they have pants, damn you.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take this from difficulty 2, and I'm going to say,
Oh no. God damn it.
the child has caused internal bleeding. The mother seems to have a genetic condition that is making birth difficult.
Oh no.
And she is the heir. She's the lady of the house, but also the child seems to be a male child. So the Klingon corpsmen are no help whatsoever as they're debating and trying to get a hold of the captain, right? The situation is unclear if they're supposed to save the child at the expense of the mother or save the mother at the expense of the child. So you're on your own as you're desperately trying to solve a medical situation, and there's like 4 Klingon corpsmen who have only basic medical training, arguing with the captain and debating and trying to figure out. Almost like the actual situation is passing them by, why they have like a angry academic discussion about the morals of house
For goodness sake.
inheritance.
So what is the difficulty of it now?
It has gone from 2 to 5.
Okay.
And you get no help from inter-navy coordination.
Okay, I do get help from the sick bay though.
Yes.
So that brings it back down to 4.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Then let me see. Let me see what I'm gonna do here. Diff 4. Does my physician trait help?
Your physician trait protects you from the kind of difficulties that Aratana was running into. Like you ignore that. I assume you know how to operate in a med bay, even
Mhm.
one that's not familiar to you.
Whereas I
Cool.
needed to check to figure out where everything was.
And you presumably have some training, even if you're not a midwife, you have some training in delivering babies as opposed to the rest of us who have no training in delivering babies.
Okay.
You have values. I'll take your. I don't know if you still have a determination though.
I do have a determination. I've never been able to spend a determination because every time I've tried, none of my values have applied.
You have 3 that would work here.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The canary in the coal mine, I presume.
Will work.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna shut up. What I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm a player. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh,
I didn't say a word. I did not say a word. I just said I might say a word.
took me a while. I was trying to
The moment it came out of my mouth.
just leave it alone.
Yep,
Just
I
move.
am.
What happened?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's not worth mentioning. Just doctor,
Okay.
finish your task.
Oh, sorry, give me a minute. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm going to spend
I mean-
3 momentum in order to get 4 dice, one of which has rolled 2 successes.
Boop.
Oh, thanks for that, Corbinian.
I have to roll 3. I need 2 hits. Whew,
There you
there
go.
we go. I'm not gonna push my luck on that.
Yeah, really.
I'm leaving that.
Med
as-
Bay gives you 1 hit.
Hooray! Come here.
Doctor, you successfully deliver the child. Give me insight medicine difficulty 3. I'm going to leave that at that difficulty.
Okay, cool. And that I am
No.
not benefiting from the sick bay at all
Nope.
for this.
This is entirely you figuring something out.
Cool. Diff 3. Insight medicine, you say?
Insight medicine.
All right. Insight medicine. This is a much better thing for me. I really want to get this. Take a threat and 2 momentum.
You will get access to diagnostic expertise here.
In which case I'll buy it all with momentum, so spend 1 more momentum. That way I get 2 questions. I don't know why it only rolled 3 dice. Let me roll the 4th die. And I'll re-roll the 0.
So
5 hit.
on a diff 3, that is 2 momentum gained, and you have 2 bonus momentum for questions.
Yep.
So it's kind of weird. You notice 2 things. First of all, the child looks almost entirely human.
Oh.
It has a human father, and there must be some genetic variation taking place because of the amount of human augment DNA
I was
this
gonna
Klingon
say,
has.
yeah.
So that this child genetically is like
Mostly human.
like 75% human, whereas someone who had a Klingon parent and a human parent should only be
Like 50-50.
50%. The
Okay.
other thing you notice is that the mother, the Klingon crewman, actually all 3 patients you've worked on today had a serious amount of redundant organs. All of them have human augmentation DNA too.
Okay, here's my question. Does the human augmentation DNA in my Klingon patients seem to be consistent with the augmentation of the human patient?
I know what you're asking. There's a better way to ask it though.
Like, am I detecting like similar genetic signatures, similar genetic markers?
Yeah, I'll take that. The child you hold in your hand is not in a descendant sense, but in a overall genetic makeup sense, much closer to the commander you treated earlier than either of the 2 Klingons here.
Okay.
In fact, they're very similar.
Oh. So, with my last question, I have to ask, does that mean that it is quite likely that that human I scanned is actually partially Klingon and is one such a augment offspring? Like
I will
little human
take
Klingon
the
offspring.
momentum. It's not going to be a clear answer though.
That's
It
fine.
is reasonable to arrive at either of these 2 conclusions. One, the commander you healed earlier has Klingon, at least 1 Klingon parent and 1 human parent, or that some sort of genetic experimentation has been done on the child you have. Either of those conclusions are supported by the evidence that you have. You would need more time to eliminate one of those.
See. Well, at least in the case of this Klingon child, it is not my place to pry. To which, assuming that the child is stable, medically.
Yes, you can hand the child off to her mother,
Yep,
to
I will turn
his
around.
mother.
Yep, I will turn around and say, "Congratulations, your son is healthy," and he hands the child off to her.
With all this coordination, the translators are starting to translate. Like if you have your communicator open, it is starting to translate automatically. She says in Klingon, a wonderful son of the Empire of Kalis and the world of the great human warlords.
Feathers ruffle a
And
little.
she says, one day you will have both Kronos and Earth under your domain. As she's kind of it seems there's some traditional Klingon process here before she starts holding and seeing after the child like any other humanoid parent would.
He ruffles a little, but he then asks, I understand that the child's father is likely quite busy with ongoing situations. However, would you like me to inform him?
She says, you may be the herald. Tell Jodator that he has a son who will bring the Empire and the Federation to heel.
Just ruffles even more. Like he's like full big bird around the head. Understood.
That's an image.
Yeah. He walks over to some kind of a terminal and requests, a communication line up to the bridge. Yup. That is the exact look on his face.
You hear, this is the bridge. Speak.
I have a message for the Joe Dator regarding his wife and child.
You hear, are you named Harold?
I have been so designated.
He, Captain, from your perspective, the Klingon officer stands up and flicks a few switches and then shouts as loud as he can, the Herald will speak.
He looks back to her and then down at the terminal and says, I must congratulate you on the birth of your son. What was the exact phrasing she said? It was
he has a son that will bring the Empire and Federation to heel.
Oh boy, yeah, here we go. In her words, he now has a son that will bring the Empire and Federation to heel.
There's a lot of yelling, screaming, congratulation, and singing on the bridge.
Yeah. Like the captain is not hiding the look of anger on her face as she turns and faces the Joe Dator and she says, what is this about?
He says, the House Dator has an heir. What the man who sat in this chair before me could not deliver on, I have delivered on, and in a way that will bring prosperity to both the Empire and the Federation.
Did I just do a bad?
Okay, so I know about the augments. That there was some augmentation connection here. Is it reasonable for me to assume what has just happened here through context?
You would have to. I have no idea what you're assuming happened. You'll have to ask me specifically.
That they have genetically modified a baby to be part Klingon and part the genetic makeup of Khan.
Sure, give me insight medicine difficulty 5.
Okay, then don't worry about it.
Because you're asking a question you don't have a lot of information on. You might get lucky enough to kind of suss it out, but that's not going to be easy for someone like you.
Yeah, the problem is you're probably not going to be able to do it now. You're probably going to have to wait for me to talk to you.
Yeah, no,
I have
she just remains looking like shocked. Or not shocked. She remains looking angered at him, and she's going to say, "Are you posing? Are you threatening the Federation with? Are you threatening the Federation with your role in Klingon politics?"
Oh man. Rest.
This is going to be an opposed roll.
Remember how we were working together? We might not be anymore.
This was going to come up at one point.
We could have come up when we were in the
So,
space.
so the problem, yeah, for the audience, right?
Yeah,
The
can't wait
problem,
an hour?
the problem is not that he wants to burn the Federation. The problem is that's the lie he has sold the house on at this moment, and the captain is forcing him to either lie to her or to expose his lie, or to say something that is going to push Solaris over the edge.
Mhm.
He's going to have to basically push someone to violence here, and Solaris doesn't know she's backed him into that corner, which is going to make him an enemy for this role.
Okay, understood.
Oh no.
I'm going to spend 3 to give him the benefit of a determination spend.
Okay.
Because if he has to choose, he is going to save his people, which is the house.
Sure it
Oh,
is.
okay, okay. I thought for a second you meant the Federation.
I thought you meant the
Um,
augments.
No, you're
Grandpapa
choosing.
Khan.
You're forcing. You've basically forced him to choose, and the value could apply to either the Federation or the Klingons for him.
Mhm.
You have forced him into a corner, and now basically he's not rewriting the value, but if this was a player character for all time going forward, I would have
It's going to
narrowed.
be interpreted.
Yeah, it would have to be interpreted in a specific way.
Oh.
And actually, this is going to follow the rules of social conflict, so let me double check.
Oh, this is so messy.
We haven't even gotten to half the mess yet.
What?
There's a whole ass spy out there somewhere. It could be him. This actually could be all of the mess. I take that back.
I don't know if I believe that.
The fact that this is not unquestioning for him and that he actually does have to consider his loyalties makes me think he isn't the spy.
Yeah. Also, Captain, could this not have waited until we were not in the emergency situation?
She asked him a question because she was just informed of something crazy. She did not think he was going to open fire upon her for asking this question.
He is not going to shoot at you. The trouble here is either he tells you, no, I don't plan to be violent towards the Federation, in which case all the Klingons around here think he's lied to them. Or he says, yes, I do plan to conquer the Federation, or at least let my son do it, and then you might shoot him. There is no question about, is he going to shoot? The question is, are you going to shoot, or are they going to shoot?
Well, I think the most diplomatic thing he can do is say his son will do it, I guess, but still.
I don't think the commander's going to like that answer.
No. She might shoot him.
I'm not going to shoot him.
I don't know.
Oh, you
Romulus
could,
sounds
though.
like a nice planet, you know? It's very good for
Oh,
people who lead by their emotions.
I asked
You
him
know,
a
she
question.
does look angry.
I've
true.
not shot in him at any point. I
You
was
just expressed
merely.
your anger, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's
I'm not
very
the bad
Vulcan of
guy
you,
here.
you know?
You're just a Romulan. It's fine. I will live with it. I'm
Look,
understanding.
Romulans are deeply mysterious. You could easily be a Romulan. We don't know what Romulans look like.
I was just going to say, you don't even know that Romulans and Vulcans share a past.
Right, so I'm saying it's entirely possible that you're a Romulan infiltrator and none of us would know.
Yeah, it could be surgery that's making it look like us, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm
I
dealing
was
with
a Rom-
spies here, so.
If I was a Romulan infiltrator, why would I pick the one species in the Federation that has a very rigid code of conduct that means any acting out of character would be immediately obvious?
Not a very good
Because
spy.
You have
no
the
one-
similar genetic markers.
But you don't know that.
because,
But you
because
know.
no one understands Vulcan logics except for Vulcans, so you only have to worry about getting called out by one species in the Federation.
And also, they successfully did it before.
Hey,
Night
they did
call.
it before, and Vulcanoids live long enough. She could be an infiltrator from back then.
Oh,
Oh
Jesus Christ.
my god.
So, let's get this roll underway.
Yeah,
Jeez.
sorry, I was waiting for the GM to roll.
Same here. I was just filling air.
Yeah.
But also making fun of someone, because, you know. It's a thing to do. Better
Yeah,
you than me.
It's
I
still
did
there.
my duty.
To who?
The
Advertisers, the network, who else?
the Hippocratic Oath?
Just gonna say, it sounds a lot like you're being a hypocrite then.
Ah,
Oh
my
funny
God.
joke.
Definitely an original joke, never been used before.
Can we vent her next after
See,
the
Roman behavior. I called it. She's the imposter.
only someone who was the imposter would be so interested in accusing others of being the imposter.
That's
See?
not how
Sophistry.
finding an imposter works.
Only an imposter would know how being an imposter works.
You should change
So-
rhetoric to sophistry.
He is going to turn this into a social conflict of intimidation. He's
Mhm.
basically going to look down because he's on a raised platform. He's going to look down at you
Mm-hmm.
and tell you, this is not a time for you to speak. You will remove yourself from the bridge.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he was trained as a Starfleet captain, so he has focuses in bargaining, diplomacy, and inspiration. Not in the thing he's trying to do. But he still is going to spend that determination.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all he's going to do.
I see how they
So
do it.
he
Okay.
has 4 successes. You need to get at least 4 successes. You're sorry. I let him roll first because I'm the GM,
Mhm.
but you're the defender in this case.
Okay, so he rolled 4.
So you need 5 because you're the defender.
Yeah, okay. Does inspiring presence count as it makes it harder for him to push me down?
No.
Okay.
He-
Here we go.
Oh, it's different in social. I'm wrong.
The trait of Vulcan, does that apply? Vulcans are broadly unflappable and hard to move via intimidation or other social.
No, there's a specific talent that covers. In
Your
fact, it
species
might
Okay.
be. Yeah, you have a talent that allows you to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mental discipline.
It does not affect. It does not. You could spend 2 stress to avoid getting an emotional state from something, but you can't spend 2 stress. It doesn't cover social conflicts.
Yeah. He was
Which is
angry
fair.
and,
I was just asking. I don't think I have a focus
Yeah,
in
but he
this.
can inflict a trait by succeeding. Not only is he going to do stress damage to you, but he can inflict a trait upon you. So that'll
Mhm.
help if he inflicts a trait upon you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm rolling presence command as
I will
well.
give you. I will offer a point of determination.
Mm-hmm.
your word is not law. He
Mhm.
is in a much greater commanding position.
Mhm.
His being able to resign his commission is dubious anyways. He might legally still be a captain in Starfleet.
Mhm.
He definitely is a captain here and in command of armed troops in this room.
Mhm.
Your word is
Not law.
only the
Mhm.
value of that word itself. It commands no authority here.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
We're
you
basically
can
on
either
foreign
accept a
soil.
complication or write that value out.
Sure. I'll accept a complication.
I was gonna say we're basically on foreign soil.
Yeah. 'Cause this, I don't think I'm
Um,
going to succeed here, so this might be time for a retreat.
Yeah. Your let me double check something.
Oh man.
The good thing is I think you have a pretty decent amount of stress. So even if he does, unless he gets a lot more successes than you might be able to weather him attacking you, essentially.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I'm not too worried about taking stress damage because I doubt he will like prevent us from being able to leave. It was more I wanted to extract information from him and force him to pick a side.
Well, that's just it. You'll need to stress him out enough that either he just acquiesces or he
Mhm.
just runs out of stress and he has to acquiesce.
Trying to find out what page equipment's on.
Starts like 241 onward. And tools start at 245.
This is not where I was expecting this to go.
No, I'm using that as a guide for how this complication is going to treat threat. Right, because vicious isn't a thing anymore. So, this complication is going to mean that this is an intense rebuke. Everyone in the room looks at you expecting that you can't hold your own here. So he only has to spend one threat to increase the severity. Not so he only has to spend one for each point of stress he wants to do extra past his normal amount instead of 2.
Okay. 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 So I'm rolling now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And that accepting that complication gave me determination, right?
Did, but you can't use it on this task.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Gosh, it's my
Okay.
And its presence command and rhetoric will work.
Okay. And I have to roll 5 total.
Yes.
Okay. 3 momentum, 2 threat.
Okay. Why? It's
Hmm?
3 momentum, 2 threat. That's buying a second. That's buying a third and a fourth die without buying a third one. I mean, sorry, that's buying a fourth and a fifth die without buying a.
Did I do my? I'm sorry. I was trying to buy 5 and spend all the momentum we had. If I did the math wrong,
You're
you
all
would
one
need
more
one extra threat.
1 extra threat. I apologize.
Okay. I think you're too short.
Okay,
That's
rerolling the 0 with cautious. Okay, I am 1 short.
No, you've succeeded. you set the difficulty of 5, and he only rolled 4.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So, what's your command?
My command's 5.
Isn't it just by how many successes you made? Because it's social conflict? Crazy?
That is correct. Which is still 5.
Oh, I'm dumb. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And
I can read, everybody. Don't mind me.
you don't have any resources to inflict more.
Wait.
Oh, she was the aggressor. Okay.
He was the aggressor.
But she won. Okay.
She set the difficulty at 5, and he only rolled 4.
I follow.
He rolled first. Technically, he should have rolled second, but because he's a GM NPC, I felt he should roll first.
Mm. Now it's a question if he wants to fight on or not. Five stress sucks. Oops, no, don't close that window.
He will continue, which is going to let this let you be the attacker. You can say something to try to get him to back down now.
So I'm sorry. Could you elaborate on what's happening now?
Either he's not going to back down, meaning you would need to fill his stress track,
Okay.
or back off. You did basically give him essentially an injury.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember
Well,
if he has to spend.
He suffers 5 stress. Like that's the downside. His stress track
Yes.
fills up by 5. So if that's the exchange he took. So can't really create traits, unfortunately. So if you attack him again with some other point, you may be able to inflict more stress on him to force him
no,
to
you get to
this.
create a trait for free because this is intimidation. Like each of the different type of conflict get a different thing. Intimidation is by succeeding, you get to create a trait.
Oh, yeah.
Could I create the trait that he has been humiliated because I openly questioned his authority and then
Yes.
he didn't do anything about it?
Yes.
Okay. So having now humiliated him, she's going to say, I believe it would be most appropriate if we spoke about this again after we leave the planet. And then she's going to flip open her comm badge and say, any remaining Starfleet crew on the Thelmlock, please return to the transporter bay to be beamed back to the Andromeda and Fisher immediately.
He will say, you will stay where you are. You do not have the freedom to move about my ship without my permission.
You were gonna let him go too.
I was trying to let him go.
Yeah. Like, no, I've got to save my face here. Yeah.
Right.
I get it from a Klingon perspective.
Yeah, for a Federation officer whose whose authority and life is protected by law, yes. For a Klingon officer whose life is only protected by an image of strength, no. He'll spend 3.
Okay.
That's weird. It did something weird. On the value save my family, because you are putting him in a place where him, his wife, and his kid may just get executed if the XO thinks he looks weak enough.
Which isn't exactly what I would want either, but you know.
Don't worry, your reputational, you'll handle it. That's 3 successes.
Okay. So I'm the defender here, so I just have to roll 3 or more? Or 4 or more?
He set the difficulty at 3.
Okay.
You need to get to 3 to succeed.
Okay. Yeah, then she's going to say, I'm the Starfleet officer here. I am in command of the superior tactical vessel. I will be returning to my vessel unless you would like to further escalate the situation. And yes, okay, she will be rolling presence command. Now can I spend my determination on my word is law on the grounds that I've established social superiority over him, and he's trying to overrule the commands I just gave to my own crew?
No, I wouldn't let you use that until you had completely beaten him.
Okay, that's fair.
He could still point at the XO and say kill her, and that XO would probably carry out that order.
Okay. Okay. In that case, could I spend my determination on that which is not just is not law? Because what his system of social might makes right is not a particularly just form of justice. Awesome. So presence command. I have no momentum. All right. He rolled. Okay. I will spend 1 threat to roll 2 dice. Because
Okay.
the first dice is
Yep.
So that's 3.
It's not enough to zero him out.
Okay, but I get the sense we're getting close now.
And he gets another
trait.
Oh, can I escalate humiliation to humiliation 2?
And because you didn't say that was going to be used in the difficulty, I'm going to assume it's going to be used for extra stress.
Sure.
So you'll do 4.
5. Unless he has resistance, my command is 5.
No, it's not based off of your command. It's based off of how many successes you got.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that trait is now potency 2.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're the defender again as he goes on the attack, and you don't see a glint of killer instinct in his eye, but he does pull out a dagger. You think more for show. You're not convinced he would actually swipe at you, but he pulls it out nonetheless. And he says, "You will obey my commands. You will stay here, and I will command this relief effort."
He will just very coldly say, I know you lost authority over me the day you took off your uniform.
Oh, fuck. Oh god.
That's 2 successes. You need to get at least 3.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Take 3 threat.
Oh, God's in heaven. I believe that's 5 momentum, GM.
Mhm.
It is.
Okay, I'm just gonna write that down for you. There you go.
Christ.
Gonna spend 3 threat for point of determination. On the value for the Empire.
He's avoiding the damn injury.
Oh my god.
Focus of blade weapons. And
Actually, I don't know what you're spending for determination, so.
sorry, ask again.
I'm not sure what the determination's for, so I was gonna. I thought I knew what you're doing, but now I don't. So. It's not really a question. It's more me thinking out loud. Sorry.
Someone's rolling a task.
Hmm.
They use it to buy an extra die, or to get a die as a crit.
But
The
isn't
mention
he?
of the focus of bladed weapons makes me think someone is about to stab him, but we'll see.
Hmm.
All right, relevant to this person has ambush tactics, so
Damn
Okay.
they're attacking someone who is unaware of what they're about to do, so the severity goes up by 2.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez. Oh. I'm sorry, kiddo. You're about to lose your dad.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this poor
Yeah.
kid. This poor kid. He and his dad were alive for a span of less than an hour at the same time.
Yeah, that was not what I thought was happening until just now. Oh god.
Some herald I am.
He heard it, so you know when he goes to Stovacor, he can take comfort.
So difficulty is going to be increased a little bit here because this guy is unaware that this attack is coming. So, Captain, you
Hi.
watch as Joe de Tour hesitates for a bit. He tries to think of a way to save face here. And his first officer, Yasvadich Lako, snarls and says, "We were promised the blood of the Federation and you let her stand here. You're no captain." He jumps up and stabs the captain, Hod Jason, Joe de Tour, son of Edward, in the heart. And because he is not Klingon, it is fatal. He slumps into the captain's chair before the commander throws him out of the chair. He points to you and says, "For your assistance, you are allowed to leave this ship with your life, but if we see you again, your ship will be destroyed."
Yeah, she just like coldly looks down at the body on the floor and back at the crazed man with the knife threatening her. And she lets out a simple nod and she flips open her communicator and says, "Everyone to the transporter bay on the double." And leaves the room.
All right. You or you as the lieutenant of engineering or Aratana have one task to finish preparations for the fissure without figuring out that's to finish saving the fissure before finding out what the Klingons plan next.
Okay.
And
I assume you want me to finish the fissure so you can keep looking for the spy?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, go ahead,
All my
Jim.
suspects are here.
no, I was going to suggest that exact thing.
Okay, then yeah.
You're going to want someone who has at least, or you're going to want to probably do something with at least a with his engineering, because you need 4 points to succeed to pull this off.
And we've eliminated the breaches to engines and
Weapons.
weapons, but not structure. Okay.
Nope.
I'm going to try to handle the breaches to structure.
All right. Because there are 2 breaches in structure, this is difficulty 2 plus 2 is 4. You do not benefit from inter-navy coordination, as that has gone away.
Yes.
You do benefit from structural integrity programming, so you're back down to diff 3.
Okay.
Hooray.
All of that's excellent news. Well, some of that's excellent news. Difficulty 3, and if I succeed at this will make one or both levels of this go
One
away.
of the breaches go away.
Okay. Can I spend my determination on the value make it work on the grounds that myself and literally just myself is making this work just through sheer force of will?
Yes.
Okay. And I will spend 1 determination for that second dice. Okay, that's 4.
Okay. Gain a momentum, and you're able to report that the fissure is ready to go.
Yeah, he will say just that, completely unaware of the changing circumstances.
No, the Klingons aren't talking to us anymore. That's weird. Oh well, do.
The thing's got more holes in it than Swiss cheese, but I believe it will make it to space.
Aratana, because of the well-laid trap before, multiple misdirections, you need to succeed at a insight security. Difficulty would be 5, but they succeeded a test to make this a difficulty 6. Sorry, they spent a resource to make this difficulty 6 because they have a talent that allows them to do so. If you succeed, you will encounter the spy and know they are the spy when you encounter them, but it will happen with the 2 of you alone, as this person is trying to outmaneuver you.
Do it.
Failure means you're probably still going to encounter them, but they'll have the drop on you.
Yeah. I'm going to make a weird pitch here to my pastime of Calto, under the auspice that I have a mind that sees layers of strategy, one thing leading to another, leading to another.
Yeah, it's you're doing that like what is the Chinese kung fu movies? What are they called?
You'll have to narrow it down for me.
There's like a genre of Chinese.
Oh, this is a piece of information that's in my head somewhere.
It's like the ones where like jumping from tree branches.
Oh, wuxia.
Like, yeah. It's like that where like you and this person, the entire intrigue happens in your minds as each of you plot. We watch it, and then the camera like catches up to you. None of that actually having happened, just both of you realizing the ultimate outcome that cannot be changed, that one of you is the master here. Yeah, I'll allow that, as this is a game of cat and mouse. and you do have a strategic mind to play this kind of game.
God, everything just got so intense in like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna have like we get everyone out. It's gonna be fun. No.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
shouldn't
I
have
didn't
called
know
up,
what else to do.
I should not have called up to the bridge.
Yeah.
That's
I'm going to spend all the momentum to get a full mitt.
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
have determined.
hold on. I should resolve them first, so you know what you're dealing with.
Oh, sorry. I heard the big.
I thought I was delivering happy news.
I mean, you
No,
were.
you're probably both gonna die now.
You locked two people into a lie they could not get out of. Or a lie. You locked him into a lie he couldn't get out of, and Soloris was already
Pushing.
predisposed to think of him as a traitor, and
Mhm.
you pushed her into a corner where she needed to get the truth of the situation. And Tawir didn't know either of those things were the case at that moment.
Oh yeah, no, this was a great series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, no, I picture you don't even know like what has happened. Like as far as you know, you just called up to the bridge, and then there were cheers and jubilation as people heard that news, and then you have no idea that then his father was immediately shanked in the dark for being a coward.
So 3 to get the benefits of determination
Oh, this is
on the
opposed.
value. See, it could be for the Empire, but I think I'm going to use the one I must report Starfleet's secrets. Someone is onto my secret. I have been in cover for too long to finish here. All I have to do, download the information and get to the Tamleth. And the mission has been a success.
Oh boy.
And then I unfortunately don't have quite enough threat to get 3 more dice, so I can only get 2 more. And I'll spend that last 2 on a trait to help me here. See, because I don't have, there are no existing traits which are going to help. Oh no, there is an existing trait. The complication from earlier, that the from the progress bars filling up, you're at a +1 difficulty because so many people are running around trying to solve problems. This trait is going to be, because you still have body armor, right?
I'd be walking around with.
Yeah, you still have your equipment from last episode.
Yeah, I have my body armor and my personal force field.
This is going to give them piercing. If they manage to lure you into a trap, they've done so in a way that's probably going to allow them to use some force field nearby to overpower your personal force field, right? They've set this up knowing they have to get a particularly deadly shot.
Okay.
So it's not going to help on the difficulty just if they succeed. So overall, I think this is insight security opposed.
That's what you called out, yeah.
Yeah. All right. They've gotten 6 successes plus determination is 7, 8, and because the ship is in trouble, that's 9.
I would like
probably. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to spend 2 to create a trait that there's the tactic that I'm gonna a trait of a tactic where I'm gonna have As I'm walking through the chaos, I'm gonna just draw my phaser and just kind of let it hang by my side. Very Starfleet, not regulation, but I'm just walking around armed because I have this. I'm following a gut instinct. I think I know who this is, and
Yeah.
and it's gonna be
I'll
if they're I'm expecting them to jump me out of a darkness and go, nope, I'm already armed.
Yeah, we'll call the a trait of quick draw.
I'm gonna use Crankite Order of Tactics to pump the potency of that by 1.
All right. So you're already considered to have 2 successes. Actually, I don't. This isn't going to help you find them. This is like the trait they created, right? Which helps you if you succeed. You may want to rename this because I don't think this is going to help you succeed. I think this is going to give you extra damage if you do succeed. Right.
I'm thinking. Well, the strategy or tactic I'm having here is the idea of even if they do get the drop on me, it's going to turn. The idea is to turn and go, no, I'm trying to get you to surrender. I'm expecting to be jumped because my town.
I would take a tactic. I would take a trait of like false bait or something like that. Like you're going into a trap, but it's a trap, so
Yeah.
you're able to spring it on them. Because the other one makes me think of like you're not. The pre-draw makes me think you're going to do extra damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, false beta. I'll accept that because like I need the help,
Okay.
honestly.
So that's 2 successes. So you need 7 more.
Yeah. And all I can do is buy 3 dice, 2 extra dice rather. I have to hope. I'm hoping constantly watching will help me in possibly getting a reroll because I'm detecting a hidden enemy or danger.
Yes.
I don't have determination, so I can't use that as a resource. I can't challenge a value because that wouldn't help till later anyway. It might help till later.
Which you would need to get now if you want to use it later.
I will, yeah, because if I fail, that's going to get the jump on me. I would actually like to. I would actually offer to challenge the value. I do not draw my phaser unless it's to put you down. I'm drawing it because in the hopes I won't have to shoot. Because I'm hoping this is a Starfleet person I can talk down, which is against what my normal frontier spirit of, no, I just shoot you. If you make me pull, I'm going to shoot. Like, no, I can't do that here. That will undo what I'm trying to do.
I'll take it. You cross out the value and you get a point of determination.
Don't mind me, folks. I'm just endangering myself. It's fine.
It'll be fine. This is the episode of self-endangerment.
I'll also give you a hit on respected Starfleet crewmen.
Oh, hooray.
You're known as someone who can be trusted to exemplify the values of Starfleet, which is not to shoot first, right? Someone who encounters you knows more than any other security officer. You'll give them the chance to speak or to make their case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not just going to gun them down. So yeah, I'll give you a hit for that, which I think brings you up to 3 hits.
Buying my 2 dice. Ooh, golly
so you
gosh.
need 5 successes to tie.
Yeah, I needed 2 of them to turn into to be 2s. I can only reroll 1 of them with constantly watching.
Yeah, this person isn't like a super spy. They rolled two twos on their roll.
Yeah, they got a really good roll.
The situation favored them a little bit. There's just so much going against Aratana, so much confusion that Aratana turns down a corridor. Right, the other people have all like gone into a section of the engineering core. The doors are closed. You're walking down the pathway, and suddenly there's a phaser in the small of Aratana's back, and you hear the voice of Commander Sonia Beck say,
Knew it. I knew it.
I did think you're just a little like me, but you still have some learning to do.
I knew it.
She says, if you drop the phaser, I'll use a stun setting. They'll find you eventually in a closet once I've gotten away. If you don't drop the phaser, though, she slips into Klingon, which you're starting to pick up some of the words because you've been around Klingon so much the last couple of days. It's definitely a threat of violence, a threat of lethal violence if you refuse to disarm. It'll turn into a normal combat. By succeeding, she gets to go first, regardless of any other consideration. That's what you would have gotten for succeeding, right? You would have gotten a task over her. So you can say something role-playing wise, but she's the first one to get a task roll.
I will highlight constantly watching, although I don't know how that works here. Because that's irregardless of me rolling. That just happens because of my talent.
I will give you 2 momentum because the point of this task was to determine who goes first.
Yeah.
But I'll give you 2 momentum to refund that because I don't have the 2 threat to take.
I'm cool with that. That's why I kind of that's why I was like, ooh, we're in a weird position all of a sudden because of this damn talent. That's cool. Well, the roleplay thing I'll say is, ma'am, this isn't the first time I've had a weapon pointed at.
Her eyes kind of drift down to your phaser, so does the camera, and we see does Aratana grip tighten as she prepares to spin and fire, or does the phaser fall to the ground?
I actually would like to try my frontier justice ability at this point.
Yeah, we see the culmination of all the things that got Aratana here.
It's one of the, because I'm imagining narratively a turnaround. It's not even a quick spin. It's a very calm turnaround. Like, and actually flashing back to a moment where, no, this exact damn thing happened to me before. It's like, oh, not this again.
So for the benefit of the audience, this is something I've done as the GM, not a function of 2E. So those who wrote backstories got something, some one-time ability to tie into that. Aratana's is Frontier Justice. When as the result of a failed social conflict or a social conflict made impossible by traits, a rational sapient NPC, so they had to be a thinking sapient character. If they would result to violence, you may sacrifice this ability to have that NPC surrender instead. That you can sacrifice it. You lose that ability. It does not get replaced by anything. It does not come back. The sum total benefit is you slowly turn around. And what do you say that convinces her it's a better idea to come quietly than to try to escape having killed you? Because you turning around doesn't change the fact that she's got you dead to rights. So this has to be something you say that tells her killing you is not going to get solve this problem.
Ma'am, you're going to have to hope that shot pointed A against my face will kill me. The funny thing is, I've been up this close to a weapon of that caliber, to a very high intensity, and I lost my ears because of it. Now, while deafened and screaming in pain, it was very intense. I reached out and was still able to nerve pinch them. Now, in my pain, I couldn't control it, and that poor person died. I don't want to kill you, ma'am. That's not my job anymore. My job is to bring you in and give you a fair trial. If you shoot me, I swear on every god in this universe, I will bring you with me. Or you can live out your days and figure out another way out of this mess. But this ain't the way.
This will not, the answer to this question will not change whether she surrenders or not. She is going to surrender, but she's, as her grip on her phaser loosens, she says, as a prisoner of war or as a spy? The implication being, if Aratana doctors the paperwork and does everything in her power to make this look like Sonya never pretended to be a commander, right? You come up with some fantastic situation in which you came across this Klingon who was trying to sabotage the ship, but was not wearing a Starfleet uniform, was not attempting to pass them off as a Federation officer. They just get to go home at the end of this because they're a prisoner of war and the war is over. If you take her in as a spy, though, she'll probably see a Federation prison for a decade or so, because she's spying outside of a time of war. She's not going to get any protections. So basically, as her phaser grip weakens, right? She says something that to you, what you're going to hear is she's asking for mercy if she drops the phaser. But you can see the fight has left her. She's not going to shoot you because you deny it.
The follow-up to this question to answer her, I guess. Well, depends. Don't lie to me. Did you kill anyone? Or are you just very observant? I don't mind sneaks. I do mind murderers.
She says, not outside of a time of war. She says, I did give the shield codes to the Tamleth, but we were at war. I haven't had to or had any interest in killing any more of your people since your commander forced us to work together. And once you said the war was over, I was relieved. I hate House Dator, and I'm sick of being here with them. And if that means letting go of the hate of the Federation to get away from them, I was willing to do that. But the Empire might not accept me back if I didn't finish my mission. So to answer your question, I did. Nearly 400 of your people, but that was during a war.
Aratana curses at Vulcan. Oh shoot. Where's home? I assume it's not with back in Klingon space.
You'd be wrong.
You're asking me to let you mosey on back to Klingon space, head held high at the end of this.
No, I failed. The most that could be said for me is I helped the Tamleth disable one battle cruiser, not even destroy it, simply disable it. And it ends up being recovered. And the Tamleth was disabled for the same amount of time. There's no honor in anything I've achieved. There's no cunning or guile to be seen in it. I'll go home, but not in any sort of celebration. Home is a moon you've never heard of.
I'm gonna voluntarily, as it were, through mental discipline, Aratana is kind of mad about the deaths of those crew, but he puts that aside, just eats the stress on it. Oh no, it's a Klingon officer. I must have caught them unawares. I guess it's a prisoner of war I've captured. I think I'll get a medal for this.
She drops the phaser and kind of saunters over to a compartment and pulls off a piece of the wall and takes out a Klingon uniform that she was about to change into. She does change into it and takes out a mek'leth and hands the mek'leth over to you and says, "The blade of House Jimpak." Someone's going to come and kill you for that, but it won't be me.
I get plenty of people who try to kill me. Part of the job.
And you walk her out, phaser to her back.
Oh, if I ever see you again, as I'm walking, like, if I ever see you again, I'm shooting you.
She smiles as you are certain you have gotten the better of her, and she is certain that one of her many brothers or sisters is gonna probably kill you in the next few years to get that blade back. We will close out there as, working together, y'all managed to save all 3 ships, despite one of them fighting you the whole time, without time running out. The doctor managed to save 3 lives, uncover some medical mysteries, and even bring 1 life into the world.
And he helped
The
take another one
captain
out.
managed to stand defiant before another captain who had sold out the truth constantly to survive 1 more day. And that's it for this week.
Awesome.
So
That
for
was
everyone
rough.
out there watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. Dear God, the stress, but it's all in good
Oh my
fun.
god.
Have a good one, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, that started like a little stress, but then just kept ramping up.
But no,
Yeah,
every time we thought like we could turn a new leaf, something else came up, and it was like, okay, we're never working with these people ever.